Alrighty, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Alrighty. Well, welcome everyone. Welcome to all who are attending BLM Bloomington's annual Seat at the Table event. Last year, we hosted many candidates running for office in roundtable discussions about topics concerning the Black community. It was an illuminating event and helped many people learn more about the candidates running and about issues facing the Black community in Bloomington. This year, we are changing things up a bit, given the lack of a contest in the general election and the fact that only two districts, District 2 and District 3, are the only districts that will be having elections. All other seats are running unopposed. Given this odd election year setup, we are focusing this year's Seat at the Table on educational talks about race, culture, and policy making, along with roundtable discussions on those topics. Our target audience are incoming elected officials and those longstanding officials who are retaining their positions in the Bloomington community. The BLM Core Council will be leading the roundtable discussions and talks, and we have invited an amazing group of panelists to join in those discussions. We wish to give that educational crash course many politicians have asked us for, and we hope this, along with our new resource list, which we will be launching on our website, will help provide an anti-racist grounding for all candidates and elected officials to work from. We do not intend to solve the world's problems in one day, nor are we looking for surface conversation, but rather we hope our discussions here start a desire for more conversations with us and within the community to open better dialogues about race, culture, and how policy making has an impact on marginalized communities. We hope this is the start of a shift in the political landscape in Bloomington towards anti-racist policymaking and behaviors. Thank you, and we hope you enjoy. So we do have a few announcements. Again, please do not forget to visit our website, www.blm.btown-in.org. There you will see a variety of helpful things like our 2019 Primary Voters Guide, which we hope to update before Election Day for those voting in Districts 2 and 3. You will also see our link to our bailout fund. The fund will be used to help individuals who are in need of assistance with bail money due to advocacy and activism work they are doing for racial justice in our local community. This is a needs-based fund, and while we will prioritize the case of Black and brown folks, each and every case will be examined on its own merits. Additionally, you will see our new anti-racist resource list, as well as our special resource list called More Police Does Not Make Us Safer. It looks specifically about the fallacy of adding more police and more security in our communities does not have the desired outcome for Black and brown people. In fact, the articles and studies they reference show that adding more police into our communities is extremely detrimental to those communities. Both resource lists will grow and change, and more will be added to them in the coming years. Please keep checking back to see what has been added. Thank you.
All right, well, thanks everyone for coming. We're going to get started with the first panel today, which is on immigration and law enforcement in Bloomington. Was that? Oh, sorry. I'm dropping my stuff here. Okay, so I'm Martin Law. I'm a core council member of Black Lives Matter Bloomington. And joining me for this panel are four guests who have volunteered to take part in this panel discussion. First up here is Daniela Gutierrez, who is a Black Lives Matter at-large member, a member of Undocu Hoosiers Bloomington Core, and is currently finishing a PhD in gender studies, whose research is focused on student activism and decolonizing higher education as a path toward unsettling the Americas. Next to Daniela is Jess Tang. Jess is the co-chair of the Young Democratic Socialists of Bloomington, which focuses on anti-capitalist and intersectional organizing locally and nationally. One of the main organizers of Bloomington's climate strike and as well is a student, is an undergraduate student studying sociology and human biology with a concentration on environment and ecology. Next is Sofia McDowell. Sofia is the secretary of the Monroe County Democratic Party, vice president of the Indiana Latino Democratic Caucus, 9th District, and vice chair of the Board of Democracy for Monroe County. And finally, on the end is Christie Popp. Christie is an immigration attorney with Popp and Bullman, attorneys at law, the chair of the Indiana chapter of the American Immigration Lawyers Association, and facilitator of Bloomington's Immigration Justice Task Force. So we have an array of experts, academic, activist, and professional amongst us, as well as political, clearly. So the way this panel is going to work, and this is going to be the way that all the panels today are going to work, is we are going to have 20 minutes to discuss a couple of topics. As we heard in the introduction, the goal here is not to solve all the problems, nor is it to have just a basic surface level conversation, but to dig in as much as we can and hopefully push us to continuing these conversations beyond this room. We're not going to be taking questions from the audience today, but rather we are going to be using questions that were crowdsourced and generated by local organizations prior to the event. We want to remind you first to silence all your devices, and that you're the audience in a space that is black-led, and we ask that you are respectful of all of our panelists by not interrupting them. Again, your participation here is as observers. The impetus for this was, again, BLM is often asked, what should we do? If you would just educate us, we could do better. Well, here's your chance to be educated. The last thing I should note is that this event is being filmed by BCAT and will be posted on their website and Facebook within the next couple of days. So know that that is also happening. The cameras, I think, were hard to miss, but. Okay, so to kick things off, I am going to throw a question to our panelists, and they, as always, are free to, ignore my question. And this is for you all as experts to kind of give us a sense of what's going on in this issue. And if you need to inflect the question differently in order to give the sort of answer it deserves, please feel free to do so. At the same time, we want to kind of stay on topic and on time, so keeping your answers as brief as possible would be appreciated. So we're going to start off just with the prompt: what does law enforcement in Monroe counties, what does the collaboration between agencies like ICE and law enforcement look like in Monroe County? This can be either from a legal perspective, again, we have at least one legal expert, or from the perspective of other activists. What is that interaction between law enforcement and immigration in Bloomington? If you can just give us some background.
Do I need this to speak, or is this for the cameras?
For the cameras.
Okay, I will speak right into it. So here in Bloomington, we have different law enforcement agencies, primarily the Bloomington Police Department, the IUPD, and the Monroe County Sheriff. IUPD, Bloomington Police Department do not work with ICE. So to the extent that there's any immigration work with ICE, that comes directly from the Monroe County Sheriff's Department. The Monroe County Sheriff's work with ICE it's basically he hands over people in jail to ICE. And he has two ways that he does that. One is when someone is booked into jail, they're fingerprinted and their information is put into a national database. This database ICE has access to, and ICE will find that there's somebody that they suspect might be removable from the United States. And if that's the case, they ask the jail to hold that person for 48 hours after the person was eligible for release. in constitutional terms, this is an arrest. It's a re-arrest. So ICE is asking the sheriff to arrest someone on suspicion that they may be deportable from the United States, which is not a crime. It's a civil arrest, and it's based on problematic data that is really inaccurate. In fact, there's a national injunction right now on the use of that database because it is so problematic. There's no probable cause required. There's nothing, the ICE doesn't meet the detainee, nothing like that. It's just based on this information in a database. The second way the sheriff works with ICE is that he calls ICE when a foreign national is booked into the jail. He says it's based only on serious issues like murder or rape. We don't really know when he calls ICE, but all we know is he does it only on foreign nationals. And not even knowing that they're deportable, he doesn't know their immigration status. And I know of at least one case this summer where he called ICE on someone who was not deportable only because the person was Asian. So that's, in a very brief summary, how the sheriff works with ICE. There are lots of constitutional issues with that, but I'm not going to spend a long time on that, but I just wanted to provide that brief overview.
And from any of our other panelists' point of view, what is the relationship between maybe the organizations you work with and Bloomington and or Monroe County law enforcement? Where do you see these intersections happening? These points of contact?
For me, I'm from Bloomington, and I know one of the most difficult things that I've had to come to terms with is it's not really, and it wasn't difficult in the sense that most people would assume, but I don't see it as any sort of relationship or collaboration. I see it as predation. I think that there's a huge kind of power trip and a sense of bullying that happens from law enforcement because they do have, to a certain extent, the law behind them. Again, I think it is important to point out that being in the country, either overstaying a visa or whatever it may be, is not illegal. It is a administrative civil issue. And so sometimes that dynamic is misplaced and seen as someone has committed a crime just by being here. So I see it more as a contentious relationship.
And that's really interesting to me. I was not, I've heard that said before, but had never really focused on this notion that it is not a crime to have overstayed a visa or be in the U.S. without certain documentation. Yeah. It's not, it's not criminal. It's an administrative matter. Right. So that's a really fine point that, again, I have not managed to get my head around despite having heard it several times from folks like you.
And I think that they really make it seem like it's a criminal law enforcement type thing because they wear vests that say police and they go knock on people's doors with guns drawn and they pick people up at jail. But they are just conducting civil administrative enforcement, not criminal enforcement. And it's really important to understand that difference.
I think it's important to note that the police isn't the only way that Bloomington and Monroe County have been collaborating with ICE, right? Like the Envisage deal. I'm not sure if you guys know the details of it, but it's basically, it's like a security company that exists, that develops software for ICE, and it's located within Fountain Square Mall, and it's basically a deal that is made with like the Bloomington city to, bring jobs and economic growth to Bloomington, whereas it's a very like in city is an obvious thing that the city is doing to collaborate with ICE that most people, and it's like less visible in so many ways, right? Like people aren't going they're not ICE people wearing police vests going out there. So yeah.
And speaking of that, and like the more invisible ways in which we all actually collaborate with ICE. Probably some people have heard of Amazon's ties with ICE, and I would probably ask how many people here have an Amazon account, and why you're not willing to go somewhere else. We're actually probably boycotting economic realms like that would be one of the most effective ways to have establishments, law enforcement actually react to to how especially Black and brown folks are being criminalized across the country. And if we think about it on different levels, so it's from like everyone's Amazon account here to the point where Indiana University promotes Amazon on their buses, or like all of those like little things are still like part of like that complicity that criminalizes us. And of course it's very different how each of us can confront that depending on our positionalities, and I think that's part of having this panel discussion where it's like, okay, so if I'm an international student, so how does that put me in a position to like go up against the sheriff, for example? Like a couple years ago we did a day without immigrants, and yes, we went and delivered a petition to the sheriff, but I always need to be like really cautious, like, okay, so what is the line, like how far can I push this without risking going and having the sheriff call ICE on me?
Right.
So yeah.
I think that's a huge point too, is the amount of money that's generated by the company that you referenced. That information is, if you look for it, you can find it, and it's amazing to me how that relationship happens. The underbelly, that's the invisible way that we facilitate kind of just the status quo of immigrants bearing this weight. And I think another important piece too is that, and I may have misspoken earlier, but the predatory sense that immigrants feel, even if they perhaps are here legally, which actually, a side note, the slogan, "No one is illegal, no human is illegal," can be problematic for some folks because they proudly wear the name illegal. So just a little note. But yeah, that intersectionality between money and power, and then that underbelly of Bloomington's complicity as individuals and then as organizations. If you look for it, it's there, and it's a lot based in money and capitalism.
I want to come back to one of the things that Daniela said, which is the notion that Bloomington, as we all know, has a ton of students, right? Our city is, there's a large student population, and in particular, there's a large international student population. So I'd like to ask the panelists who have some experience with this, and this was a question that we got from reaching out to some organizations. How are international students affected by local law enforcement and new immigration policies? How can they help other non-citizens? That is, how can they help other non-citizens that is mobilized while still feeling protected? Is asylum seeking / refugee status an administrative issue and not a crime as well? So again, this was a question that we got in, and Daniela talked a little bit about that, but do others have any insights then about, in particular, how international students are affected by these policies, how they intersect with the struggles of other non-international students? And maybe this last part about asylum seeking and refugees is a separate matter, so we'll just stick with those first two components.
I mean, well, again, I guess as an international student, there are like two facets of this to some degree. One is that, yes, like, we're non-citizens, but the other is that we are actually probably one of the ways we're like a pawn of the state to some degree, where we are labeled or used to show people what like being here legally is. And so that's a particular kind of complicity, like on its own. And then there's the other side, like, okay, so if you want to take some action to kind of, I don't know, counterbalance that, then it becomes really difficult, precisely because of the vulnerability of arrest, and like any kind of arrest can be the way that the university, for example, is tied to local, I mean, mostly national government, is because Homeland Security is who like manages us, and so any kind of arrest and stuff and things are flagged. So we also then become really scared about deportation. And then I know immigration law right now is changing a lot. I mean, probably everyone knows. But also in terms of how people talk about how migrating to the U.S. Like with a state endorsed kind of situation is getting more and more difficult. And the loopholes are, I mean, there were loopholes. Some are closing. It's just a very contentious relationship. And part of the dangers is that it's always changing. So you're always in danger of starting to break law. Well, maybe not necessarily laws, but falling into some of these administrative issues. So that's from my end.
I think a couple of things that you said reminded me a few years ago when Identity Europa had come and torn down all the flyers off of the, at the time it was the 5th floor in Ballantyne, I believe, which was where the Latino studies was, African American and African studies. All of the quote-unquote ethnic offices were located on that floor. And gender studies, thank you, yeah. And for me, what I heard specifically, first of all, one of my best friends was a faculty member at the time whose flyers were torn down off of her office door. And from students and from her perspective, it was very clear that there was no support by the community, by the IU community, by the IU administration. Sorry, we don't have cameras, we don't know who did it. There seemed to be this not only the tokenization that you are talking about, Daniela, but also this, well, we're really sorry that this happened to you, but we're moving on. Yeah. So it's problematic.
Well, and I'm glad you brought out this notion that there seems to be a lack of support, because just hearing you all narrate what is involved in this issue is overwhelming to me, just trying to think of how a person would possibly keep track of all of these different vulnerabilities, precarities they have, trying to move through the world. And so, I imagine, if it's actually pressing on you as a thing that could lead to your, to all sorts of physically and psychologically damaging sorts of things, I imagine all the more so for you all. And so this notion of support and what support looks like, I think is something that I'm interested in as well. So, what are the sorts of support structures that you imagine would be kind of the most immediately, viscerally helpful? And obviously, we don't need you to come up with a policy point by point, but the kind of big picture, clearer rules or a person who cares, just big picture. What are the sorts of things that would be the most useful in your imagination, to put you on the spot again, to come up with the idea that solves the whole thing. Understand that's an unfair demand, but if you have anything that you want to suggest. Yep.
I mean, I don't want to keep talking, but I will say one thing that I've done is there was a local woman who had a legal driver's license from Texas that had expired, and there was at the DMV a lady who was refusing to give her an Indiana driver's test. So I offered to go with her, and luckily it was resolved by going above this person at the DMV. But that's something that can, just be physically available to do things. I'll defer to the students to chime in too, because it's a different world.
I mean, I do a lot of organizing in a lot of very white spaces, and it's always sometimes it's just necessary to remind white folks over and over again that it is necessary for you to keep in mind the sort of conditions, these precarities that people of color are being put in, and having that awareness on the first hand as a thing that you keep in the back of your mind when you're interacting with people of color, and when you are also, making decisions that may or may not endanger them in some way that you otherwise wouldn't think of, and also to just, put like events like these that elevate voices for people of color. But also, I feel like in general, people just feel very hopeless about the situation of policing, and they think that there's not much that you can do on a personal level, whereas like there are, to me, so many ways of direct action that like white people could be doing to, you know, push for, you know, more progressive changes. And so I spent a lot of time thinking about climate refugees and how Bloomington is such a perfect location as a harbor for people who are under these situations. We have so many like cooperative housing projects that have spaces for people of color and, you know, to feel safe and protected, and how like we are like hesitant to utilize those in some ways because of the ways it, you know, like following rules, or the white people appealing to a higher authority who tell them whether or not they can do something. So, yeah.
What I think is interesting about what both of you have said has been basically finding ways of having people be aware of what privilege they have and how it can be used effectively. Whether you do have the privilege, no matter who you are, to go help someone resolve an issue, or if you are a white person in a non-white space, or if you're a white person attempting to engage in this sort of action, you know, recognizing that your vulnerability is different than other people's. And I think those are excellent sorts of reminders. So what in just, you know, the 2 minutes we have left, what do you, and we might only have time to hear like one person or two people contribute on this, but if we're thinking about what a Bloomington without, you know, law enforcement doing this sort of work, threatening, as Sofia said, you know, preying upon, bullying immigrants would look like. What does that city look like, feel like to you? What does this city, without looking over your shoulder all the time, look like, feel like? How does it change what you do on a daily basis? Give us kind of a vision, again, as short as you want. Feel free to be poetic, too.
I'm not a person of color, so I can't speak from that perspective. I just want to provide a voice for what my clients have told me. And there was a brief time when we didn't have ICE detainers. They only started in 2008, 2009, and then in 2014, President Obama ended them. So we did have 3 years between 2014 and 2017 without a lot of detainers, only the most egregious convictions for crimes, not just arrests, which I didn't say before. These ICE holds are for people who are accused of crimes, not convicted of crimes. But I know from my clients, I mean, if you imagine on a day-to-day basis living your life without status, everything is a risk. Driving your car to work is a risk. Taking your kid to school is a risk. Children are scared to go to school because they're afraid when they come home their parents aren't going to be there. And so if we have a community where people don't have to live with that constant anxiety and stress, and I think we can have that community, but for what the sheriff's doing, I think that would be great, because many of our undocumented individuals in our community have been here for 10, 15, 20 years. They are longstanding members of our community, and they shouldn't have to have that fear.
And again, what I think is important about it, what seems to resonate about that is the scope of this problem. Even though it's something that many of us have the opportunity to not be intimately aware of, it's something that for people it affects them, as you're saying, every single day in really big ways. You know, being terrified that their family members won't be there when they get home, which is something that many of us have the opportunity to feel comfortable with. You know, when we come back, our partner, our children will be there. And so just the scope of that, even if it's not on the rest of our radar, is so huge. And I know a couple of people talked about this invisibility of this problem, and that is arguably, you know, one of the more insidious parts of it.
I think also, like, imagining a Bloomington without, like, law enforcement, without people looking over their shoulder for things like that, well, I think about like two things. One is the like people who have settled here and who initially left wherever they were from for reasons of like for whatever reasons, but among them like sexual violence and things like that, and how immigration's relationship to law enforcement facilitates a lot of human trafficking, and then which like re-victimizes people here, and then what happens is that they become more isolated and also more vulnerable to be victimized in like intimate partner relationships, domestic being victimized by domestic violence, and then people never want to report because then they'll be detained. And so like a Bloomington without that would probably have a lot less like gender violence, sexual violence, a lot less human trafficking. Would be pretty good.
So again, what I'm hearing is that the way that Bloomington engages with law enforcement and immigrants is in fact creating new problems that didn't have, or that were there, but it's certainly exacerbating, problems, and in some cases possibly even creating new ones. I mean, the exigence there seems clear. The need for something to be different seems very clear. And so, I think we have to wrap up. Again, we say we aren't going to solve these problems, but I think at least we have a sense for people who are listening, people who are watching later, and for people with the actual authority to make change in city government, to understand the scope of this problem. And if this isn't something that was on your radar, that it needs to be something at the top of the list here because of the great degree to which it impacts so many different people in our community.
Martin, may I make one last
Absolutely.
For those of you who haven't heard, we're having a forum on November 6th here at the library in the auditorium at 7 o'clock to discuss immigration enforcement here in Bloomington. And Professor Ellen Wu at IU and I will both be speaking about the immigration and racism and immigration enforcement here locally.
It's called The Border is Here.
The border is here. Thank you.
Great. So that is going to have to be the end of our first panel so that we can stay on schedule. We hope you've enjoyed and learned something, but please stick around for the rest of the panels. What do we have up next? Next is Bloomington's affordable housing crisis, which...
Black queer identity.
Oh, Black queer identity. Skipped right over it. So let's, that seems, okay. So but please stick around for that. And again, please make sure to check out our website. Let's go there. Thanks.
Alrighty, so welcome to the panel Black Queer Identity and Small Town Life. I'm JB, I'm one of the core council members for BLM B-Town, and I'll be your moderator, but I could also be on the panel, so I may chime in a bit, so we'll see how that goes. All right, so who's on our panel? First, we have Jada B. Jada B is BLM B-Town core council member on the board for Democracy for Monroe County, DFMC, board member and diversity and inclusion chair for Midway Music Festival, and singer for Royalty Prince Tribute Band and Jada B and the Funky Poetics. We have Sean, associate professor, Indiana University. We have Tiffany Quash, PhD candidate in recreation, parks, and tourism studies in the School of Public Health at Indiana University. And Janae Cummings, chair of Bloomington Pride Board of Directors. And again, I'm JB, I'm an academic advisor at IU Bloomington and also the advisor and founder of Black and Bold at IU. All right. So our first question, open to anybody, is how does it feel to be an out queer person in a small town? What challenges do you face, and how hard is it to find community?
I'll go.
You're like,
and remembering that we have 20 minutes and we are not going to solve the world's problems.
Yes.
So being a doctoral student here, and I just want to emphasize doctoral student and graduate student here, and not being from Bloomington, it has been very hard, and that's being very light about it. So I'm also an emissary for the graduate school, and in that role, do work with retention and trying to keep graduate students happy. and it's an initiative brought up by the president's office. So the interesting thing about that is, being on panels and talking about retention and recruitment and one side of your mouth, yet also being like, well, if you come here to Bloomington, don't forget, this is what's happening at the farmer's market, and as a student of color, this is what you're going to experience, and don't forget you're going to be broke as hell. So being an out queer person that's a person of color, it's hard. And if you're already working in that area of your life where you're like, I have had community in this area or in this space, I should have community here. And it's very challenging because we all, at least my idea is, you have the IU community and then you have Bloomington. And these two circles don't always talk to each other. So it makes it really challenging to be like, hey, I want to hang out with somebody who's in the community. So it's a challenge, and the best way to be able to connect with that difficulty is being able to connect with other people who you feel that you want to have that same philosophy, which you would say, hey, this would be a family member. So I think for me, Jada and company have made my life and our life really fun and acceptable to be able to stomach being here in Bloomington. So.
Well, so I'm the weird one out, being that I was born and raised in Bloomington, and so I have this other weird perspective. But the thing that I always say is that you're literally looking at the three, 4 or 5, black queer people in Bloomington, and so where you've and you can't.
Where's everyone else? Right?
Yeah, right, yeah, and so it is really difficult to find that community. And to find a specific community too. It's not just that you are looking for LGBTQ people, because there are plenty of those people in Bloomington. Bloomington is a haven for the queer population in general in this weird way in Southern Indiana. And when I say haven, I mean that's a loaded question. That's a loaded word. But when I'm trying to find black lesbians, when I'm trying to find black non-binary queer people, when I'm trying to find a specific community to talk about my specific problems, it's like I've got 2 numbers to call. And y'all are wonderful numbers to call. But, maybe we do or do not have anything else in common. And so... and then there is the white queer community, which can be pretty oppressive.
I think that's an understatement.
I'll say those truths today. Go ahead and say those words. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. It's weird. Growing up here, it was like, oh, okay, you have examples of queerdom in various places, but. Is it specifically okay for you? I'm not so sure.
So I'm just going to echo everyone saying that I feel like community is kind of sparse here. Mm-hmm. We have to look far from people who we can trust to talk about our own issues. And being academia, I think we talk a lot about mentorship, but I have a lot of issues finding mentors who I can trust to understand where I'm coming from, whose advice I could even believe, and also this trust building difficulty, I think, is something that's recurring. When I meet someone new or someone not so new, I'm always assessing how much can I trust you. When the shit hits the fan,
right.
How are you going to be here to help me clean up?
Where is that line where I'm going to have to be like,
Right.
And you said mentors, and that made me think doctors as well. Doctors who are not constantly being like, you need to be on birth control, or just like things that are just weird questions that I'm like, the question that you're asking me completely doesn't reflect my life whatsoever. And
I finally have a PCP after 6 years, and I have the privilege of having the money to have a PCP and go to other places not outside of Bloomington for some of that community because it is sparse here.
Right.
So
yeah, I too just found a primary care doctor that I actually like.
But that hits another nerve, because it's like, as going to a doctor, let it be for mental health, let it be for physical health, let it be for all these other things. Like, can you really trust them? You know, and it's like one thing after another, and you know, I feel very fortunate, and I do talk about my therapist a lot because I love him. This is the first time in my life that I have a male therapist, that I have a Black male therapist. We can dissect that at another conversation. But I think the thing is that, like, I really went through a vetting process. It was like, okay, this is what I want, and to be able to be an advocate for that has been life-changing. You know, and coming from California, and I, as much as people hate me talking about California sometimes, like, coming from, no, I'm totally kidding, but coming from California, you know, healthcare is very, very different. So coming here, the hardest part, you know, going to disability services for somebody who has an invisible disability and saying, hey, by the way, these are what my needs are as a Black queer woman, this is what I need to do. And on top of that, I am not your average age doctoral student. 1, 2, 3, everybody's gonna gasp. I'm gonna be 40 years old in like 2 weeks. Yes, I am gonna be 40 years old in 2 weeks. So having said all that, it's like, okay, don't talk to me like I'm some 19-year-old, not minimizing 19-year-olds, but some person who hasn't had life experiences. So it's all of these things, and knowing yourself. And then when we're talking about the LGBTQI plus community that happens to be white, when you're talking about diversity, the institution, particularly IU, will say, well, we're diverse. And when they don't think about intersectionality, it's like, oh, wait, you just like really fucked up our idea of what intersectionality meant and diversity.
And then they're shoving you in the front.
And then they shove you in the front of the line. Either you fall into the lines of, I'm going to shove you in the front of the line and put you on every single poster, or if you're so outspoken, you know, not that I'm ever saying that's me, but if you're so outspoken and you scare the hell out of your dean, it's like, well, I'm not going to talk about you. Yeah. You know, and if you do, and if you push that envelope, you become the target, not just of your academic life, but then you're told of this fear. So having life in Bloomington, it's like an escape. But finding those people that you do trust, that everybody else has mentioned, it's like, well, where do I go? Because everybody is somehow, some way connected, and then you live in this fear, and it goes to this hazing and trauma and stuff. So, yeah.
And I think it's interesting, one overarching thing that you're all highlighting is this disconnect or relationship building need between Bloomington and Indiana University, right? Because what you're negotiating is your two statuses, right? Within the statuses and identities that you have. Like my status is my relationship to the university, which, you know, is giving you your education, your degrees, but also paying your bills. And then who I am as a person, right? And living in a town and trying to find places that you'll feel comfortable. So I've lived in Bloomington for 15 years. I raised 2 kids here, and that was an interesting experience, particularly in the school system, where we were like the model queer Black family, where folks were like, we've never ever met a queer family before, and you definitely have changed our minds about that. So that was great, but also odd for a place like Bloomington, because, you know, and I often talk about this definition of diversity centers around borders, national, international.
Oh, yeah.
That's the diversity definition that I think the university uses. And yes, that is a necessary diversity, but we're overlooking lots of populations that are here. And folks who come, I mean, IU is a great institution for education. So folks are coming from these different places, and each person who comes here to get these degrees is bringing expectation and experience that they're hoping will be fostered in this space, but then not finding that, and then finding it really hard to create that. And I think this is good for the next question. Do you feel the need to choose between your race, your gender, your sexuality within each of the communities that you interact in, particularly the university versus Bloomington as a town, and how so?
Growing up here, I definitely have felt the Black community has asked me to make a choice. Are you gay or are you Black? And mostly because a lot of Black spaces have not been welcoming to my queer identity. And when I am around those spaces, I feel the lack of affection from that segment of the community that I felt when I was younger and not out. And so definitely the process of, coming out and being a young person out, because I was basically out as a teenager and then really out in college in the same town that I grew up in and went to school in. That dynamic really shifted. So my friends went from being really more diverse as a younger person to being very white. And that there was almost exclusively a white community around me in the queer spaces that I was in. And then having to negotiate that out of my 20s and into my 30s and into my 40s. We're all having birthdays apparently. That process has been interesting, has been affirming, has been a journey, but it's also been a certain amount of reclaiming elements of my Black community, but also forcing space, being no, this is the space I'm having. I'm taking it back, and holding my Black community accountable for their lack of care for Black queer people.
I think there is an issue, I think, in our queer community here where I think for me, whenever I bring up Black issues, it's well, that's not our issue.
Yeah.
It is your issue, actually. With genocide of Black trans women and with a complete lack of structure for healthcare and mental health care that Tiffany spoke about. These are our issues, and you're leaving everyone else behind. Right. You've got your marriage, and that's cool, right? But it seems to be here, that's where it ends. It's well, why are you talking about Black Lives Matter? Why are you talking about this other thing? We need to talk about HIV, and of course we do, but there's more to it than that. And I think when you try to force those issues, people get uncomfortable and then they walk away.
Right.
I think it's also, in addition to that, it's multiple things you both have said. It's negotiating that space, and then it's what you see, and I think when I was talking to you, Jada, the other day, it was, one thing I realized, I don't know why it just hit me, but why we are so angry, particularly angry, and maybe taking that out of so many ways, but upset with the queer community is because as people of color, we're fighting on so many different levels. Every single day, just from my mere existence, I'm fighting, and then having to negotiate being in this space, having to negotiate being in that space. But then I'm writing at the same time. It's you're also asking yourself, am I enough? Am I Black enough? And as a doc student, I will tell you, there's if you're a fraternity or a sorority, and if you went to an HBCU. Now, granted, I'm not in a sorority, but both of my parents were in a fraternity and sorority. I didn't go to an HBCU for my undergrad or my master's, but
that's
historically, oh, sorry, I forgot which demographic I was talking to. So historically Black colleges and universities, for everybody else out there, and also for PWIs, IU is a PWI, which is a primary white institution. And please note that I'm not saying predominantly white institution because I am reclaiming my space and decolonizing language. So, side note. So, having said all of that, it's well, I'm not this and I'm not that. But then when I go to places and I'm not bashing it by any means, please don't take this out of context, but when I go to Neil Marshall, for instance, I'm having to figure out, what am I going to be today? Is this Tiffany going to show up? Or even when I pick up the phone, I go, hi, how are you doing? This is Tiffany, how may I help you? So then Ashley shows up, which my partner and I, my wife, and I call, or is it gonna be girl, let me it's I'm having to negotiate which voice is coming up. I'm code switching, constantly code switching. So, it's negotiation, and then I'm ended up being the spokesperson for every single person. And it's I don't wanna be the spokesperson because every one of us have different lives, and all of us have different experiences. So having said that, it's no is a complete sentence. Somebody told me that. And so sometimes I'm just no, I can't do it. And it feels empowering to reclaim it, but at the same time, am I letting somebody down? by not saying these things. And I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to send it over this way too.
Well, I want to loop in Ken a little bit because we're talking about black queer issues, but one of the reasons why Ken was invited to the panel is to talk about other people of color and how other people of color negotiate this space, and also as a cis-identified male, how that factors into your.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say the word code switching because there's a lot of code switching, right?
A lot of code
I have
switching.
2 piles of T-shirts, right?
Yeah.
Right? And,
You too.
and- right, and it's about how I speak, where I act. You know, I want to say like. And I think also I'm an immigrant, so when I go to immigrant spaces, there's different issues that come up where we talk different things, talk about where to eat versus where to go. So like the first time I wore my leather vest and got bubble tea at a Chinese restaurant, that was revelatory.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
And,
yeah.
you know,
I want to go with you so bad.
Yeah, so yeah, all that. But we have to find these intersections and also feel like, okay, you know, I have to let go of the people who are not here with me yet. Okay, I always say yet because you know who knows about the future. But to say okay, when I put myself out there, when I feel free to do these things together, to try to do my best to speak the language I'm speaking to myself in my head and not censor myself, I'm also inviting others who are there to recognize, oh wow, you know, we actually do have something in common, and if one of us didn't sort of make that halfway step, then we wouldn't have connected.
Right.
So trying to trust that will happen, but still, yeah, it's sparse.
It's very sparse, and it's and I think sometimes having to negotiate that, what people have this vision of what you see, and I'm like, well, you're assuming a lot of things about me. Like, you don't know that I was a drag king. You don't know that I had this other life. Right. You don't know that I identify as queer. You don't. Right. So I have to. I'm making that conscious effort to tell people, like, listen, when we're talking about my life or my well-being, please remember it's me. We're talking about me. Yeah. And just because this is how I feel does not mean this is how Janae feels or how Ken feels or how Jada feels. We all have different experiences. And having said that, like, we're all negotiating different things, The
one thing to think about is negotiating space, right? So you mentioned Neil Marshall. And so I mentioned being the advisor and founder of a group on campus called Black and Bold. And so that's a group for undergraduate and graduate students who identify as both Black and queer in any way, questioning included, and trying to create space. So our mission this year is fundraising, because everybody always needs money, and visibility. So I've been really talking to the students about how do we queer spaces, right? And how do we Black and queer spaces, right? Because we're here, but thinking about when you walk into Neil Marshall or when you walk into the LGBTQ Center, and what are your options? What part of me am I presenting? So I think it's related to code switching, but it's also like identity switching, right? Which is not just how we communicate. It's our full presentation, performance, and all of that. So given that, what kinds of spaces do queer folks of color around Bloomington most pressingly need? What do you think is needed?
I think any place where we can meet off campus, that whether it's a sober space or not, sober space ideally so everyone can come. But I think the one place that we have in this town where queer people do go and do feel generally comfortable, I don't think people of color do. I go to this space and feel othered as soon as I walk in, despite its, very pro-Black or perhaps seemingly anti-racist veneer. Bathroom signage or whatever. It's not as if the clientele, the people there, aren't of those same beliefs. And so I find myself kind of shrinking away or perhaps even admittedly drinking too much to be comfortable to be there with these people who are nothing like me and I can't identify with, and they may be kind of objectifying you or fetishizing you in a kind of way. So a place where we can gather together, and everyone can be invited, but we can be there and kind of be the majority of the people in the space, I think.
Yeah, and ideally, for me, sober spaces are always key in that. that Black queer people, we experience higher rates of alcoholism and drug addiction than other queer people. And so therefore we need to be conscious of the spaces that we inhabit. And queer people in general experience high rates of drug addiction and alcoholism. I would say as a part of circumstance, but also because they have traditionally, bars have been the places where we can go to and be ourselves. But so yes, some sober spaces, some inclusive spaces that are maybe specifically spelled out for us, but that's always gets so difficult in Bloomington because white people get really upset when you say, no, you can't come in.
Well, we had that. Bloomington Pride started a group for queer and trans BIPOC, and we posted on Facebook, and the number of white people who are going.
Oh yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Black, Indigenous, and people of color, that's not you. And so you have to kind of explain, and then there's an upset.
There's an upset,
that like this space isn't for you, and we would appreciate like you honoring that. It's just really bizarre.
It's pretty crazy. It's pretty intense how the intense negative reaction that you get. I mean, even us in BLM, we had our Juneteenth celebration over the summer, and there was a particular reporter who was denied entry, and for various reasons, but also he was white and didn't necessarily need to be there anyways, and he took to the internet to trash us as an organization. He instead of thinking, first and foremost, you have a camera and you're photographing vulnerable people and marginalized people, and maybe that's not okay. And we told you that was not okay. But then also, you are a white person demanding entry into a black space. And that's just not okay. And so that's another level of all of this, of trying to ensure that we do have safe spaces where we can be. And I know that can be a trigger word for certain people, that concept of safe space. But the reality is that it's gonna happen. We're gonna carve it out as best as we can.
I think in talking about that space, it's also you want that education. I find myself always, like I said before, like educating others. But every time I say something, particularly in my department, it's like, well, do you really need a space, or do you really need to talk about being black all the time? I'm like, I was born black, I'm gonna die black. Like,
yes, I do.
I mean, yes, I'm
Yes,
your only
actually,
black doc student. Hell yeah. So I always get that. That's one. But the other part to it is that we also need to educate not just white folks, but also ourselves. And going back to that whole, well, you either have to be black, straight, and Christian and cisgendered. It's like, but what happens if I'm black, X, Y, and Z, and Christian, or black, da-da-da-da-da, and, you're going to always come back to being a person of color. Mm-hmm. So having to be able to also talk to each other, and I think that's the biggest element that we're always missing. It's so huge, and when you're in a black community, it's like, well, I'm also looking for everybody else who understands. So I think that's something that's really, really important, is we need to also, not just putting it on us, but the black community, we need to have that dialogue. Black and brown people, we need to be able to say, you are our family. Let's take care of each other, because I think that's an element that sometimes is missing.
So we've reached the end of our panel. Just a couple of summarizing points, things that I gathered. Big is spaces for brown people, brown queer people in Bloomington. And then also an understanding of why that space is needed. And then also looking for safe people along with safe spaces that you can identify with, create mentorship, and grow as individuals, because often we don't have those spaces where we can develop because parts of ourselves are suppressed, right? So those are just some of the thoughts and things that I gathered from your conversation today, and I just want to thank you all again for your time. So this has been our BLM Seat at the Table Roundtable discussion for Black queer identity and small town life. We hope you enjoyed and learned something too. Please stick around. There are more panels to come. Please make sure you rewatch on Facebook. We'll be posting there and on our website. And visit blmbtown-in.org for more information about our anti-racist resource list and any other efforts that we have going on. So, thank you.
So, welcome to our panel on Bloomington's affordable housing crisis. I'm Jacinda Townsend. Joining me is Dawn Griffin, owner of Griffin Realty Holdings and Chief Visionary Officer of Off-Campus Housing Agency. Dawn is also the chair of City of Bloomington's Redevelopment Commission and the co-founder of the Monroe County Black Democratic Caucus. Also joining me is Matt Flaherty, City Council Member-elect, an energy policy researcher and who's affiliated with Housing for All advocacy group, primarily headed by Deborah Meyerson and Dave Warren. And also Daniel Bingham, who is a housing and climate activist. So thank you. And just to let you guys know, all seat at the table talks and panels are being filmed by BCAT and will be posted on our website and Facebook page within a few days. So make sure to check out our website for our new ongoing anti-racist resource list, and that's at blm.btown-in.org. So for the next 20 minutes, we'll be discussing Bloomington's affordable housing crisis via questions and conversations. We will not be taking questions from the audience, but rather dialoguing about our given topic in a more informal way, with me leading the discussion with prepared questions. These questions were either created by BLM's core council or by the participants of this panel, and some were crowdsourced by other local social justice organizations. Please silence your devices. And a reminder for the audience in attendance that you are in a Black leadership space. Please be respectful and do not interrupt the panelists. The first question here is, how does the City of Bloomington define affordable housing? I don't know if anybody wants to start.
Key in on the how they. I think we're going to look at a graph, right? Or.
I think we do not have it.
Okay.
I can pull up the statistic.
I mean, I'm not sure exactly how the City of Bloomington does it, but the way it is normally done in public policy circles is as a percentage of median income. So it's basically, it's affordable if somebody making a certain income pays less than a certain percentage of that income to afford it, is the way it's usually measured.
And in Bloomington, is that median income, do you think that median income is appropriate? Is it based on a certain population's median income, or?
I'm not sure how that, I've seen, so I was formerly on the board of Bloomington Cooperative Living, which is our affordable housing nonprofit, and we worked with the city to get loans to support our properties, well, the one property. And through that process, we had to work with them to show that we fit their definition. And so they had I wish I had better memory of it. They had a chart, and it was, this rent is acceptable for it to be counted as, super low income affordable. This rent's acceptable if it's going to be counted as sort of 50% of the median income affordable, and they aim for a certain percentage of rent to fall within those categories.
And it's based on household, how many are in each household, and it's a scale that goes up. And I want to say it starts at like 34,000 or something like that, and then and I think it's 90%, is it between 80 and 90% of the median income, something like that. I mean, I hate to guess, right? I mean,
Well, I have the numbers
okay,
here.
there
Yes.
we go. All right.
So the U.S. Census Bureau's estimate of Bloomington's median household income, this is for 2017, is $33,172. 80% of Bloomington's median area income is $26,537. Residents must make this annual amount or less to qualify for federal housing assistance. So yes.
Can you go back up to that first number again?
Sure, 33,172.
It's what the state calculates, and then what we actually make is 26,000.
I think, yeah, add a few more percentages. We have an defined area median income, which is based on Monroe County. There's been sometimes a criticism about that, including student population, and that artificially brings us down because we have a low AMI compared to places around us. And yeah, to qualify for like housing choice voucher, that sort of thing, is typically 80% AMI or below. What's seen as affordable is typically defined as 30% of your income being spent on housing. And then also there's a conversation around sort of low to moderate income housing or workforce housing in the 80 to 120% AMI range, and what 30% of your income would be for housing costs within that range as well. And like Don mentioned, there's HUD formulas that scale for the size of your household and that sort of thing. So this is all kind of formulaic.
Okay, and just the last number I'll throw out, and I'll give the phone back to Jada, is $829.30 a month is defined as affordable in Bloomington according to the federal.
And is that for a one-bedroom?
It doesn't say.
Doesn't say.
It says for residents who make Bloomington's median income housing at this monthly rental is defined as affordable housing, of course, according to the Fed formula. So my guess is that would be a single person living alone.
It's terrible.
So that brings me to the second sort of area we want to talk about, which is that Bloomington's average rent is $894 a month, and it is the highest among Indiana cities. Its average tops the second most expensive city of Columbus by 9% and Indianapolis by 21%. So why isn't the city of Bloomington talking about rent control?
Because it's illegal. In the state of Indiana, it can't be done. They're trying to do, I think, trying to get the developers to give funding to affordable housing, kind of that, I don't want to call it a bribe, but some of y'all call it a bribe, but they're trying to control the height. We've got a moratorium on height that kind of precludes developers from building what they want unless they give money to for affordable housing. So I think we've tried, or we're trying, but there are things at the state which, let's be honest, they're in bed with the developers, and so they want the rich to get richer.
Yeah.
I don't see this changing, to be honest with you. I see our prices continuing to creep, and I'm a real estate agent, so it's kind of my job to sell you something that's gonna appreciate, that's gonna be a good investment. You guys have any?
Yeah, I would echo that both rent control and what's known as inclusionary zoning are both prohibited by the state. Inclusionary zoning is when a new development is being built, mandating that 10 or 20% of the units are affordable. We can't do that, so we're limited in our tool set. The new Unified Development Ordinance is including affordable housing incentives. So that since you can't mandate a certain percent affordable, they try to do it with incentives instead. So Don mentioned the height bonuses or density bonuses for new apartment buildings if you include a certain percent affordable, and those are defined in a very particular way in the UDO. That's one tool to try to add affordable housing units to the market. I think one other issue I'll mention, and maybe we'll get into it a bit, is the notion of market rate affordability versus subsidized affordable housing, which are two different things, and folks often conflate the two or don't understand how they're related. But in the research I do around energy poverty, which we talk about cliff effects, when people are just above that threshold of eligibility for subsidized affordable housing, let's say you're above 80% AMI, you still need somewhere to live, and you're going to be paying for market rate housing. So we need to be looking at what tools we have to address the type of things being built, the housing supply in our city, and what market rate apartments will go for people of varying and diverse needs as well as for options for home ownership.
Yes. Did you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, the state does like to step on us, and that's pretty clear. They like to ban progressive policies, and they like to do it actively as we try to implement things. We have a habit of predicting that's going to happen and backing down from trying things before it does happen, and I think we need to stop doing that. I think we need to try things, and if they step on us, they step on us, and I think we need to honestly fight back harder than we have. I think there's room to fight there. I think towns and cities have it. You know, this idea that they have the power to step on us is based on the part of the Constitution, and I read it recently, but I forget exactly where it was. Maybe it's the 10th Amendment that said that all powers not granted to the federal government are granted to the state. What gets left out of that, it says the states and the people, and I think there's an opening there we could try to walk through. We have, as far as I know, no one's tried. As far as actually sort of what this question is getting at is what tools are available to us to push back against high rents other than just building more housing, which is the baseline. We have a housing cooperative, Bloomington Cooperative Living, that I was on the board of. It can grow a lot. We need to help it. We can start forming other cooperatives. We don't have a community land trust. So what a community land trust is, it's a nonprofit. It can be governed just by a board. It can be governed by its members. It purchases properties, sells the building to homeowners, but keeps control of the land and grants usually a lifetime lease on the land to the homeowner, so that the homeowner can still get a traditional mortgage, can still build equity, but as part of the ground lease, there are restrictions on how much that home can appreciate. So it keeps homes from just going skyward with the market. Often, you can get local governments to recognize those restrictions in taxes, which can keep the taxes from going up as well and help people stay in their homes. So it can help push back against gentrification and displacement. And if you're in a home that is starting to gentrify and displace, there are ways to get it into the community land trust without basically having to sell it, where you can, donate it and it becomes basically like, okay, now it's a part of the community land trust. You agree that you're not going to sell it for more than X amount, and your taxes stop going up. So we don't have one. We can form one, and that's something we can do outside of government. And there are other tools that we can look at. Like, I'm really curious. I don't think anybody in Indiana has tried implementing a vacant property rental fee, which will probably be stepped on by the state if we try it, but let's try it and see. What that would be is, if a landlord has an expensive rental property that they want to sit on until they can find somebody willing to pay that expensive rent, rather than lowering the rent, you only let them sit on it for 6 months or a year, and then you say, if you keep sitting on it, we're going to charge you. If you leave this rental empty for a year, after that year we charge you, $200 a month or whatever, or $1,000 a year. I don't know what the numbers are because I haven't looked into it in detail. And then you ratchet that up as time goes on, which creates a market incentive to lower rents to fill the property.
I don't know if so my opinion is we don't have enough housing. When I look at the data, we were 30% down on inventory last year. We were 30% down the year before, and we're going to be another. We're not building enough properties for purchase. Yeah, we've got lots of houses, or not houses, but apartments that are geared towards students, but the county as a whole. See, Bloomington can't do it on its own. We've got to open up the floodgates in the county to create more inventory, because these houses are being artificially inflated. The pricing of houses, they're being artificially inflated because there is not enough inventory. Now, Bloomington also is just growing so quickly, and also every time we build something that beautifies or gentrifies Bloomington, it creates a more and more need. And so you're getting people from the East Coast, you're getting people from the West Coast, you're getting people from Indianapolis, because it's so doggone easy now that we've got the highway going. We need more housing, or this is just it's gonna just continue to rise, and we're gonna continue to be a town of have and have-nots. You think it's bad now? I'm seeing it. We need jobs. I think it's so. If we all own houses, the people that own houses, they want their houses to continue to appreciate. Let's be honest. If you buy a house and you buy it for $80,000, you would love for it to be worth $120,000 in 5 years. That's not we're not talking about rich people. We're talking about just the American dream. Everybody wants the ability to prosper and do better for themselves and their family, you know, their you know, the people that, their kids. It's our jobs. We're complaining about the cost of living of Bloomington going up, and it's a great town. That's why we live here. And other people know that it's a great town. But our job situation just sucks. Let's be honest. We're not getting paid enough money. Indiana University is not paying enough people. The hospital is not paying enough people. Cook is not paying enough people. So that's what we need to really, yeah, we gotta do all this, but we really gotta start getting more jobs and better jobs. Sorry,
Matt,
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Matt, you brought up the UDO, and I want to jump into that. Given that the UDO is this dense and often unreadable document, most of what we were seeing as initial problems with it have to do with the lack of definitions, the lack of enforcement, and an assumed equitability of treatment of tenants by landlords across race and class. Why aren't crucial things such as affordable housing, income-eligible households, or which housing programs are applicable to the ODO actually defined anywhere in it?
I'm not sure I can answer all of that well. I think affordable housing and what income, or at least like the percentage of AMI that would qualify for affordable housing, or like what would be built through incentive structures, is defined. What incomes qualify. It does not get into what that means for Bloomington now, because AMI changes year after year. I think, and there is this, in other contexts within the UDO, I've seen folks kind of complain about a lack of definitions or lack of clarification on certain issues. Can we add a paragraph that explains this? And the problem is it is already a 400-some page document, so there's this balance of things being defined elsewhere that may change over time versus being defined within the document. Though I think it's a valid criticism that maybe certain elements of it haven't always been the best defined.
Yes, go ahead.
So we have to remember when we're looking at this UDO, we're talking about properties that individuals own. And so we as a city, you can't tell someone that they only, you know, your grandpa's had this 100-acre farm for years, and it's been in your family forever, and all of a sudden the city comes down and says, you can only do affordable housing there. I think it's kind of illegal, I would assume.
Mandates, that would get at something like inclusionary zoning, yeah. So it's incentives programs, and then, sorry, there's one element. Oh, in terms of enforcement, I don't know if that means specifically enforcement with regard to if the incentives are utilized to build, say, a slightly denser or higher building to include affordable housing units. I think there probably has to be deed restricted, but there is a lack of clarity in the UDO, I would say, around enforcement, around developers or builders taking advantage of certain incentives and making sure those remain affordable units in perpetuity the life of the building. So I think there might be a need for clarification on how to do enforcement on those types of things.
The specific part of that question was about assumed equitability of the treatment of tenants by landlords across race and class. And so can you speak a little bit to that part of that?
Yeah, or if anybody else wants to as well. I feel like that's probably administered through hand and the Fair Housing Act, and that I know there are shortcomings in nationally and locally in terms of how well we enforce that, and that's something I'd absolutely want to learn more about and continue to explore. I don't know if the UDO is primarily zoning code, so it doesn't as much get into the details, but I think the question again raises an important point about that it's probably not okay to assume equitable treatment, by or equitable action by all actors within the framework of the UDO, which just highlights the importance for really rigorous enforcement and attention to that issue ongoing in the context of our housing and neighborhood development department.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about it from kind of a legal systems perspective, like Matt said, the UDO sets zoning. So it's about what can be built where and what that looks like. And it can include incentives for building affordable housing as part of defining what can be built where. So that's where the density bonus stuff comes in. We'll give you an extra floor if you include X percentage of affordable housing. But I don't think it's actually where in the law we would define how we hold landlords accountable. I don't think it would be in that section. I actually really kind of wish we had Director Sims of Hand up here so we could ask her. I've spoken to her before, like to get into some of the stuff that's in here later about like why are hands so tied. They seem to have a really, really limited tool set, and I don't actually know why, where. I'm imagining it's the state limiting their tool set, but what are those limits? How do we expand the tool set? Because that's where we hold landlords accountable. And just to make it really clear, we need to figure that out, because holding landlords accountable is a really important part of the housing ecosystem, and it's something we are definitely failing at right now.
Which brings us to our next area of discussion. The city does not have a good record of standing up to landlords who are exploiting their tenants. Dozens of tenants get evicted in Bloomington every month, many for discriminatory reasons, so that landlords can ultimately increase their profits at the expense of people of color and the working poor. Just within the last 6 months, the city itself has attempted to evict all of the tenants of 8 apartment buildings because the landlord wasn't in compliance, instead of holding the landlord accountable. There are also documented cases of tenants being denied housing or targeted and evicted from housing because they are not white. Why isn't there anything in the UDO that combats the structural and individual cases of racism that pervade Bloomington's housing market and undermine attempts to provide housing for people of color? I feel like that's a self-answering question, but go ahead and answer.
I think we can establish that the UDO isn't. I don't think that any of this, any race discrimination, it wasn't looked upon. It hasn't been.
Would you all say that the sort of like no growth sensibility is in fact, and I hear what you're saying, Don, about like the state is kind of in bed with developers. But is it also a function of the powers that wrote this UDO wanting to make it a no-growth town that does restrict who is here? You know what I mean? And I moved back here. I moved away from this town and I moved back. I moved back from a no-growth town that was 1% black. There were no artists in this town because nobody could afford to live there. It was like an hour and a half from San Francisco. There were no gay people in this town. There was nothing there.
What's funny?
But then,
I think what's funny is the UDO is supposed to. I don't think it specifically targets race. I mean, it really does. I think they're more focused on socioeconomic diversity, supposedly, right? And so you actually have people who there are folks that are against what the UDO is doing because they do not want to change what is perceived as their perfect neighborhood. But does it specifically? I don't know. Help me out, guys.
I'll speak briefly to you, kind of your question around a no-growth mentality. I think that's very irresponsible and dangerous to lower-income folks. I think the musical chairs analogy is apt. It's like a cruel game of musical chairs. If you try to restrict housing supply or not grow your community, the people who are priced out are the lowest income people. And I think that's kind of what you were speaking to about that town. It's like, yes, we need sustainability in our systems. We need to be addressing those concerns too, but we can't artificially try to restrict growth by restricting housing supply or that sort of thing, because that inevitably drives up rents and harms marginalized folks the most. So I do not buy into that. I don't think the UDO, I think the UDO is actually trying to get at increasing housing supply to match our growing population and do it in a way that adds a wide variety and diversity of housing types to meet a wide variety and diversity of needs in the community. And that's not targeted specifically at historic inequalities and ongoing inequalities around race, but it is trying to get at socioeconomic barriers and economic segregation that happens in Bloomington, I think. And it's getting there. It's not there yet. But.
So economic segregation.
Well,
what were we saying?
we are. Thank you. Sorry.
One last comment from Daniel.
Yeah.
Well, just to touch on that really quickly, the UDO actually includes pushback on single-family zoning, which is also known as exclusionary zoning, which single-family zoning, exclusionary zoning, part of its history was that it was constructed to segregate by race by segregating by economic status. And so in pushing back on exclusionary zoning by allowing for multiplexes, duplexes, triplexes, what have you, it is actually undercutting that history and aiming to desegregate. And there are studies that directly connect that sort of upzoning with desegregation. So no, it is not explicit about that's what it's doing, but that is what it is doing. So.
But can I make one more thing and I'll shut up. I'll shut up after this, okay? I think it's interesting that the neighborhoods, so I think it's interesting that it's important now because those particular neighborhoods are gentrified. And when the African Americans or working class people that were living in that neighborhood, those neighborhoods, when there was issues back then, no one was concerned about, more density and all this other stuff. It only makes sense now that white people want to move back into those neighborhoods, and they can't afford to live in those neighborhoods anymore. So I think that we have to understand that no one was concerned about diversity as far in these in these black neighborhoods. No one was concerned about diversity then. So now when we're talking about diversity, when I hear that term, it's about diversity of size of houses. And because you want your friend that, plays in the band with you to be able to live next door to you. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I'll shut up now.
Next question. We have to do. Oh, sorry. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you everybody for being here.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Black Women's Wellness panel. My name is Renee Rashid. Joining me is Amarita Chakrabarti Myers, PhD, BLM B-Town Core Council member and professor at Indiana University, Department of History and Department of Gender Studies. And then next to her is Tiffany Quash, PhD candidate in Recreation, Parks, and Tourism Studies in the School of Public Health at Indiana University. And Jennifer Crossley, chairwoman for the Monroe County Democratic Party, member of the Monroe County Black Democratic Caucus, member of the Monroe County chapter of the NAACP, and mama to 3 children. All right. All seat at the table talks and panels are being filmed by BCAT and will be posted on our website and Facebook page within a few days. Make sure to check out our website for new ongoing anti-racist resource lists at www.blm.btowns-in.org. All right.
And introduce yourself. Did you introduce yourself?
I'm known. I am Renee Rashid. I am a core council member of the Black Lives Matter. And also I am a member of the newly founded Black Lives of UU Church, as well as Team Sankofa, which is the justice arm of that church. All right. Thank you for joining us, ladies. Let's kick this off with a question. How does the world we live in affect spiritual, physical, and mental health as Black women? And what do you do to take care of yourself given the pressures?
Not a small question.
Not a small question. Talking about self-care.
So I'll take the first half of the question.
Yeah, go ahead.
And then I'll take the second. Okay, good. All right. I'll tap in, tap out. So the interesting thing about the first part of it, is that when we look at statistics, unfortunately, let's throw out some statistics from the public health lens. Black women are dying at the highest percentage, and when you think about that, we're not just talking about, oh, I have a heart issue or I have this. You're talking about the fact that you are addressing issues of access, you're addressing issues of actual communication, but as Black women, we are also taking care of everybody else in our families and putting ourselves last. So when we're thinking about our health as Black women, you know, we don't spend enough time, if time at all, thinking about ourselves. We spend so much more time thinking about other people. And so that's where I'm gonna tap out, and I'm gonna tap in have Jen tap in. Yay.
So like, I was thinking about both ends of the question. The world that we live in affects spiritual, physical, and mental health as a Black woman. As Gina, a friend of mine on Facebook, always likes to say is, she's exhausted. And that is a term that I, for myself recently, have been saying. When you see, you know, what has happened to our sister, Tatiana Jefferson. When you see the disparities that are happening continuously to our communities and not a damn thing done about it, it will play on your mental. I know for myself that has happened for me. And, you know, the other part is like, what do you do to take care of yourself as self-care? Jada, as my friend, has always been like, you need to take care of yourself. Salt cave, and all these other different things. And as Tiffany has said before, we take care of everybody else except for ourselves. I got a full-time job. I work in some crazy environment. I'm married to an Emmy Award winner.
She's married to an Emmy Award
itself
winner. Don't get it
It's
twisted.
too much. No, just kidding. Like we said, I have 3 kids. I'm also involved and active in the community. And I'm always looking at other things first before I'm looking at myself. And so it's hard because a lot of times it's like, I just gotta be that powerful Black woman. I just gotta keep going. I gotta keep doing it. I gotta keep doing it.
Strong.
And yeah, and so it's just like, I don't have time to take care of myself because I'm too busy trying to take care of everybody else. I'm too busy trying to like make sure these people in this town don't go crazy sometimes. But sometimes that don't work. That's another topic. But it's really hard. And so right now, my husband has been practicing a lot of meditation. And so I'm like, dude, that's just too much. I'm just not into that. However, it has worked. And I've noticed when I wake up in the morning, I literally turn around, and before I start hitting the ground running, waking up a kid, having a dog bark at me, and everything else, I try to give myself a good 5 minutes. And I'm good. And I will see how everything in the morning is fine. And I also see a difference in myself when I don't meditate, when I'm not taking care of myself. I'm grumpy, I'm moody. You can ask everybody at home how I am. And that's it. So it's, in a nutshell, it's like, it's hard because I have to force myself, and other people have to force me to do it or remind me that I have to. But it's just, I looked at my mom, and my mom did the same thing, and she's, God bless her soul, and she's still around and kicking, but she has all, like when I looked up to her, she was a single mom working so much, trying to do everything. She didn't have time to take care of herself. She was too busy trying to take care of us. So it's hard.
Amrita?
I think that it's one of the things that I've had to do over the last few weeks, because I've actually started to come unglued a little bit from the things that have been happening, because like, Jennifer, I not only have a really demanding career, I don't have a partner who's physically present that can take some of the stress off of all of the things that I'm juggling. So I have a really demanding career. I'm really active in the community. And I'm also trying to do everything at home. And I actually have started to sort of unravel. And I'm just realizing that I've taken on too much and I can't do it all. The expectation is that we can do it all, that we can juggle all the balls and somehow keep everything up in the air, and we can just take on more and more and more. And a few weeks ago, I just sort of sat down in my house and I started crying. I'm just gonna be real about it. And I just realized I can't do it all. And some things are just gonna have to go. And I sat down and started making a list and just started to realize that I can't do everything and some things are going to have to go. And taking care of myself can't be one of those things that goes. That actually is going to have to rise to the top. And I actually, realized that, I was living on takeout and I wasn't going grocery shopping and I had stopped going to the chiropractor and wasn't going to the massage therapist, and like all the things that I had built in to take care of myself weren't happening. And so over the last 2 weeks, some radical shifts have actually been made. And that's actually, so going back to church for me was actually really, really necessary. So that, because I'm a person of faith, and so that's really important to me. Going back to see the massage therapist, going back to my chiropractor, like starting to put some of those things in place, not checking email after a certain point in the evening. I actually took a full weekend off, shocking, took a full weekend off of work. I actually have started to make some radical changes in my life over the last few weeks because I actually realized that I was becoming very, very unwell and my life had gotten radically out of balance. Doing the work in the community, the social justice work, is really important to me, but not at the expense of my own well-being, because if I actually go down, then that work is not going to get done anyway. And so the world had affected me to the point where my health was compromised. And so I had to take a step back. And the politics is there 24/7, right? We are constantly seeing people shot to death. That's not good for my soul.
But you also brought up a really good point that you're seeing a chiropractor and you're seeing,
Yes.
let's talk about accessibility. And we're talking about.
I have privilege.
Yeah, and I think for you to acknowledge that and say that you have privilege where some people don't, I'm personally, it's like, okay, if I've got to pay this out-of-pocket expense, like, can I actually afford it? It's like the sacrifice has to be made. Even though, like, granted, even saying that I'm a doc student, I acknowledge that I have privilege because I have privilege being here. And, and having, so I think when we're talking about self-care, even saying the word self-care is a privilege to even openly acknowledge that we can do that.
But I didn't even had stopped going to church. I had stopped meditating. I had stopped doing the spiritual practices that gave me peace.
Right.
Because I was too busy. I was not even walking my dog some mornings, and that 2-mile walk every morning was time when I spent with God. I wasn't even doing those things because I was too busy doing everyone else's work and not taking time for myself to, that time in the morning that I spent just reflecting before getting into the busyness of the day.
Right.
That weekend that I had a complete breakdown, no.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit about our relationships to other Black women. How crucial are your relationships with other Black women to your wellness? Everything.
Critical.
Yeah?
Everything.
Say a little bit more about that.
Period. It's just like, that's it.
Lifeline.
It's crucial, right? Because you have to know that you're not alone. And right now, like with me and my family, all I did was go to work, come home, have my little bubble of my family, and that was basically it. And then once I started getting active and engaged in the community and started finding some of my sister friends that are around, I'm just like, it's so refreshing, and it just feels
when you have a 4%
good.
Black population too, it becomes even more necessary.
But it's vital. It is vital to your well-being. It is vital to your health. It's just an overall good vibe. It's like being around other Black women is having good quality air and breathing, and that's just like that's legit.
It's kind of like when you have that nod. When it's different. It's like it's when you see somebody else. It's already one thing when you see another Black person.
It's
You're
the
like,
nod.
I see you. I see you.
Yes.
But then it's like when you see another woman, another Black woman. It's like, oh
Hey,
my
girl.
God, can I hug you?
Yes.
I was
Hey.
gonna hug you.
Yes.
It's like, is it okay if we engage in this? Is it okay?
Yes.
I just want to hug you. I just want to hug you.
Amen.
I just want to hug you. I just want to stay here in this moment because it's safe.
One
It's safe.
of my black female students came up to me in class last week and said, I heard about your dog. I heard she's been really sick. Are you a hugger? And I was like, yeah. She said, is it okay if I hug you? I know you've been going through a really hard time. Can I hug you? And I was like, yes. She asked first, but she gave me a hug because she just knew that I've been going through a really hard time. And I had to struggle not to like break down and cry in front of my entire class.
But that's, I mean, but we're in the world of, but let's be real, we're also in the world of consent, you know? So for people, we have to have, we're now going through this, like language, this change of language, and I'm gonna put it out there. Like the white world has made us feel, okay, let me go ahead and ask my permission. And we can dissect that.
But this young sister knew I needed a hug.
So many ways. But now it's like, you know what? I
Right.
see you.
Right.
I see you. I feel you. I feel your pain. Let's do this together.
Yeah.
You know. And then it's like, well, then everything else like goes by the sideline. But it's so good. It's so good to feel seen, and it's so good that we can speak that common language. It's like, girl, where'd you get your nails done?
Yes, Lord.
Where'd you get your hair done?
Yes.
Where'd you? Oh wait, what kind of lipstick are you? Where'd you get your boots on, Marita?
Right.
Where can I get those frames? Honey, you see these frames, right? Where can I get those frames, Jen? You know, I mean, so it's like kind of a dialogue.
Right.
You know, so that goes back to like this whole idea, you know, that's not just an idea, but that spiritual, physical, and mental health. Because when you can like connect with somebody on a different level,
right.
it's just different, you know?
You can feel like you can be yourself.
Yeah.
You can be
Like,
yourself. I think for me, that's another thing because I feel like I'm at work. Well, I'm work Jennifer this day. And then after 6 o'clock and I get home and I'm hanging out with my friend, I'm Jen. I'm Jen, and I don't have to like put on like this front. I can truly be myself, and I can be who I need to be.
Tiffany, can I pick on you just a little bit, digging deeper into that question? You have the privilege of being married to a black woman, so you get to get that every day, right? And how crucial is that? How about, just give me a minute on that. Black love, hello.
Let me take 10 seconds and be like, I think I'm very, and I can talk about, I'll be really quick on this.
Really quick.
I can talk about Tasha, my wife, for a long time. I know,
Yes.
right? I think the beauty about being married to a black woman is that even though we have two very different experiences, I can come home and say, honey, this is what I just experienced. And she can say, okay, now granted, we have two very different views on the world.
Sure.
I'm very much an emotionally driven person. Tasha is a very much like, I'm gonna tell you where the bear shits in the woods kind of thing. And so the beauty of it is that's my way. Yes, that's my way of saying what Tasha says. But
logic, emotion,
and very much, you know. So we have that balance, and so when things happen to us together out in public, I will pull off my gloves. You know, I will go to bat for Tasha any day. You know, and so people don't realize, like, when we're out together, we've been stared at. We've been, I don't know if it's because this town hasn't seen two black women together.
I've never seen
or
it.
two queer, I'm sure they've seen two queer women together, but
Sure.
it's like, you know, when you throw the whole race card on it, you know, we've gotten the, well, I thought you were the same person. And we're like, no, we look very different.
Yeah.
You know, people don't understand how that can rub people the wrong way. We've gotten the, oh, I thought you were sisters. We've gotten the, somebody actually touched my hair.
Lord.
Somebody touched my earrings while I was in the grocery
I've had
store.
my hair
You know,
touched.
so it's so to be able to come home, it's like, this is what just happened to me. And, you know, sometimes I'll wait a day or two to tell her. And then it's like, well, why didn't you tell me? I'm like, you know what? We all think that when somebody goes out to touch your hair, this is what I would have done, but you don't know until you're in that moment.
Exactly.
You don't know until and when you're in that moment,
Yeah.
you think to yourself, you're gonna go, you know, but it doesn't happen that way. In reality, it just doesn't. So I feel very, and I will openly admit, I feel very privileged
Amen.
to come home to the most sound, amazing Black goddess,
She's just like that because they just got married. I love your comment.
This is gonna be forever, y'all. No, I'm kidding. But I mean, but it feels good because I don't have to, I don't have to be somebody else. I can, like there are scenes from movies where you see people doing their hair together. Like I sit there and I'm like, okay.
Y'all twisting each other's locks.
Yeah, but
That's
it's more like
adorable.
she's twisting mine kind of a situation. But I mean, but that's the beauty. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
So yeah.
Thank you for that. It's beautiful. And I apologize. I do know of one other couple that I met once in Bloomington that was.
I think we know the same couple.
Yeah, I think so. Them, the unicorns. All right. So let's go to our third question. How does spiritual health factor into your wellness?
Well, for me, it's significant. I think I already touched on that in the first question.
Right, yeah. I know, Jennifer, you are a believer, a big believer,
Born and raised.
faith woman.
And I am. And that definitely plays a lot. And right now, I've just been calling because I've been calling because I've been saying so many times, "Not today, Satan."
Come now,
Because you kind of have to. But it does. And so I've kind of lost my way as far as like spiritualness, and I'm trying to move myself back into that spot because I see sometimes for myself, when I'm not in that spot, all different avenues and my attitudes are changing, and I just feel like all kind of areas and things are just coming at me. And so I'm just like, okay. And so I say a little prayer when I like get up and get out of bed, and I do my meditation, and then I just take a deep breath. And I literally have just been asking, to have a changed heart, to have a changed mind. And as I'm saying that, there's a kid that's like trying to come at me a certain way and it's testing my patience or just will not get out of bed that day, and I'm just like that. So I just have to like just keep going back. But again, as Black women, Black women, that's what we do. That's what we are known for, and that's how we move around.
Yeah, so we move through the faith.
Well, that's exactly how I feel too. I mean, I feel like if I don't have that, that's how I feel like for me, if I don't have that time in the morning to walk that dog and spend time with the Lord and pray, the rest of the day always invariably goes south in a really bad way. The students are going to get the rough side of my tongue if I don't give the day to Jesus.
So yeah, and I do want to, for our, like, I'm not necessarily a Christian sort of thing, but I do attend church myself, and I feel like that spiritual connection that helps ground you. You spoke about meditating, having something to believe in and to be true to is so helpful to help with our wellness.
There's a difference between being spiritual and being
religious.
Yeah,
right.
And that's a big thing that
a lot of lip service
people.
paid.
Yes. So that's a very big thing.
Absolutely. I agree.
Now, do you all feel like Black women face greater risk for mental health struggles?
I do.
Yeah?
Yes. I also think part of the problem is that we don't have the same access. That Black and brown women don't have the same access to mental health services, and that part of it is because of socioeconomics, right? That health services being what they are in this country, poverty being the way it is in this country, right? The way the health services are set up, we are, everything that comes at us, we are placed at greater risk, but we also don't have access.
Sure.
And so it's a two-pronged, dangerous situation that the people who most, need access to mental health services are the people who don't have access to it. And so it's a 1-2 whammy. It's so, it's the most enraging situation. And then you have wellness checks, quote unquote, being performed on people, right?
Right.
And we see what happens.
Right.
That people are ending up tased or dead. It is, I'm sorry, it's very, very it's horrible because people are ending up, I mean, Sandra Bland ended up dead, right? Tatiana ended up dead because people are, I mean, and sometimes these are not even people who need wellness checks. These are not even people who are mentally ill, and yet they end up gunned down. But people who actually do need services, who do need counseling, who do need medication, are not getting the services that they need. But those of us who don't have health insurance, right? And can't actually, right, those of us who are blessed enough to have, you know, actually have health insurance, often can't even, there's 6, 9, 12-month waiting lists. We live in places where there are very few providers. More and more providers are actually dropping health insurance. I mean, that's actually a big problem. In places like Bloomington, people are closing down their practices and moving away, and there are fewer and fewer providers, and so you have people who are under tremendous stress, tremendous pressure. We are expected to do everything and be everything for everybody, like you just heard from all of us. We don't have time, like, and then we're also being you know, we're told, oh, you can't handle it. There's something wrong with you if you go seek therapy, if you go seek counseling, and so there's that.
You just said something really important there, because we, as historically, you know, Black folks don't do therapy, right? You're supposed to be strong because that has been used against us, right? Because it's a way.
You're supposed to not need help.
Right.
Yeah, you're supposed to not need help. You're not supposed to
keep it in the family,
You're
right?
not supposed to air your dirty laundry.
Right.
Don't let anyone know you need help. There's problems, etc.
But you touched on something else that was also, you know, like when you're talking about those practitioners, those providers. Those providers are not trained. They don't have the cultural construct.
Well, that's the other thing. How many Black providers are there in Bloomington?
There's not too many. Not too many.
Try to find a Black counselor.
And even going so. You found one. So having said all that, like even at the university, you know, CAPS, the counseling center, is now run by a Black woman. Thank God.
Really?
Yes. So it's now run by a Black woman. CAPS is now run by a Black woman. There are two. I'm serious, y'all. So this happened, I think, last year. And so having said that, I will say like I said before, my therapist is a Black man. They got another Black therapist. Now, but the thing though is that now what they will do now is that they have places on campus. So like, you know, if you don't want to go to CAPS, you can go to Neil Marshall, you can go to the cultural centers to go see people, which is great. So now we're taking down one barrier. But the reality is that some folks don't have the language to speak to people. So then when you don't see people that look like you, and you end up seeing a white therapist, they don't have the language that you need to be able to say, hey, by the way, this is what's happening, I'm a Black woman, and this that they're telling you, well, you need to be strong. Right. You know, you need to focus on.
Or you are strong.
You are strong. I'm like, time out. Suck it up. Yeah. So going back to what you said, Jen, is that the family, the family is, we're not trained in our own training. I'm trained in our family to have that language of, you know, I'm gonna go see a therapist, because I know
generationally we're told
not to go see that. So I remember I asked my dad, I was like, Dad, you know, you need to go see a therapist, or that was a conversation. Black men don't do it. That's number one. And number two, he was like, well, I go to see the preacher. I'm like, no. There's a difference between you going to see the preacher and you going to see somebody who has got a license to be a psychiatrist and a psychologist. There's a big damn difference. So, I mean, so Jen, you touched on that, you know, and mental health, you know. But
I think and I know we're trying to wrap up, but I think the simple thing that we all should remember is it is okay to say you are not okay.
Yes.
We have to continue to tell ourselves that as Black women, it is not okay. It's okay to be not okay.
Yes.
And to have that resource and that sister friend or somebody to come to you and just say it is not okay. I have been there myself.
Right.
I will be the first. And I don't open up a lot about this because I've been in my bubble. I suffer from seasonal depression, and right now this is not okay for me.
No,
but
me too.
as long I'm okay with being okay. I'm okay by saying
I'm not okay.
Right. Me too.
And that's bottom line, period. We have to be okay with that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, ladies. I really, listen, I could sit down with you all day long.
Next tea time.
And just have some tea. Yes, I want to say thank you again to Amarita. Yeah, right. To Amarita Chakrabarti Myers, to Jennifer Crossley, and Tiffany Quash. I am Renee Rashid. This has been BLM Seat at the Table, roundtable discussion for Black women's wellness. We hope you enjoyed and learned something too. Please stick around. There are more panels to come. And please make sure to rewatch these panels when the videos are posted online on our Facebook page and our website. Again, make sure to check out our website for our new ongoing anti-racist resource list. Anti-racist list. That's just us, right? Yeah. Join our efforts to create a local Black bailout fund, which can also be viewed from our website. Thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you. All right. Until then.
And stick around, we're gonna do a changeover and have our next panel coming up in a little bit. Hello, everyone. Welcome to a Black Women in Charge panel for Seat at the Table, Black Lives Matter Bloomington. My name is Jada, and I am going to be moderating the panel. But before we get started with the panel today, we do have a brief talk by one of our panelists. Jennifer Crossley, she's the chairwoman for Monroe County Democratic Party, the member of Monroe County Black Democratic Caucus, member of Monroe County chapter of the NAACP, and mama to 3 children. So please welcome Jennifer Crossley.
Thank you, Jada. Also, this is a really great event that BLM has put on, and I'm so thankful to be able to have a platform to say what I need to say. So as Jada said, I am the Monroe County Democratic Party chairwoman, and actually the first person of color to hold the seat. So yay for progressivism, I guess, right? So just to give a brief synopsis of who I am, born and raised in Gary, came here through the university, met an awesome guy, and we never left, and we now have our children and we're raising them here in this community. I became active after 2016 and decided that I wanted to be a little bit more involved. My late uncle was very active in his community, and I wanted to be able to channel what he had done in his community. So I started becoming active in different groups, and being a person of color and a woman of color, typically I was the only one, and one of the youngest ones that were in those groups. And it felt odd and interesting at the same time. It seemed like people were very welcoming, and I use that with air quotes because some people were welcoming, some people weren't. And I, kept thrusting myself into these groups and just wanting to be active and just ready to go. And as I continued to be active, I kind of felt like I was being tokenized. And I was doing one of those things where it's like, are you allowing me in this group just because you think I have something to say? Or are you just doing it just because I look good for your organization? And, every time I would go in and I would have these talks, and my husband would just go, just be careful, watch yourself. You're really active, and I was like the Energizer Bunny, and I was just like, yeah, but they want me to be a part of this group, and this group, and this group, and I'm so excited. They like me. They finally like me. And then I just started to question a lot of stuff. And then this past year, I had decided, actually December of last year, I decided to run for party chair. And in that run, you have to talk to a lot of people. You have to talk to precinct committee people, vice precinct chairs, and I would get advice from a lot of people. And these are also the same people who would come to me and would go, you need to run for office because you have something that you have to say. And it's so good to hear you. You speak so eloquently. And that just really boils my sap. And it just, yeah. Even now, just saying it just kind of burns inside. And so, but then when people say that, it was like, oh, they heard me. I do speak well. Like, oh my gosh. But you'll get where I'm coming from here in a second. And so I would, go out and speak to people and say, you know what? I want to do party chair. Say what? Wait, what? And these are progressive white women that were like, do you know who you're running up against? Are you sure you know what you're doing? You have children. You have a full-time job. Is your husband okay with you doing this position? It's like, let me and my husband decide that. And he is, and if he wasn't, that's just a different story. He just got to deal with it. Love you, Justin. But I continued to keep going because I kept looking around. I was like, has anybody black or a person of color ever done this position or been in this type of leadership? No. We have Councilman Jim Sims. We have our two awesome clerks that are a part, and we have Judge Hutton and Talaferro. And I'm looking, it's like, that's it? That's what Bloomington has to offer? Not saying that that's nothing that's bad, because these are great people, but can we have somebody that's at the forefront? We always claim that we're progressive and we are wanting to let black women lead, and you share these Facebook, articles about how Ayanna Pressley, AOC, and other members of the squad are doing what they have to do. But then on the backhand side, what I was getting was, you're not ready. You don't know what you're doing. It's not your turn. Wait. And I didn't know I had to have permission to run, so I did it anyway. And it was one of those moments I was prepping for the caucus, and I had a moment where I was like, you know what? I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. It's too much. Like, people are just, I had a really bad interaction with somebody who was basically just challenging why I shouldn't get it, why I don't need it, and I should just do something else. And I'm not waiting for anybody to tell me what I need to do. I'm doing it for my damn self. And I'm also doing it for my community. And I'm also doing it for my kids. And I have amazing children that are looking up to their mama. And so, as this night I was prepping myself, and my husband goes, do you want this? And I'm sitting there like wiping my tears away, and he's like, no, Jen, do you want this? I guess. No, do you want this? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, so there will be hard times. There will be times where you're going to challenge yourself, or you're going to ask yourself why, but think about your why and let that fuel your fire. And so I went in that caucus day and said what I had to say, and I asked people to take a chance with me, and that's where I am today. However, with people taking a chance with me, there are things that we've made decisions on that people were very, very, very vocal about, and the amount of messages, the nastiness that I still have saved was really hurtful. And these are also women and other members of our community that were just like, you can do this, you can do this. But when you challenge the status quo, it's like, maybe you can, maybe you're not. I had somebody saying, you ask people to take a chance with you. I'm not sure if people are wanting to take that chance with you anymore. And that really hurt. But again, I went back to my husband's conversation that I had, and I used my fuel for my fire, and I'm sticking it out. I'm gonna be honest, there are times where I'm just like, y'all can have this position back. I don't need it. My mental health and my kids and my babies are worth it. However, I fought to be in this position, and nobody will take this away from me. Nobody. And as the first woman of color to be in this position, I am setting it up for somebody else to come along and say, she did it, so I can do that. We have to continue to do that in this community and not only talk the talk, but walk the walk as well. You want to let Black women lead? Step aside. Let us go and do what we need to do, and we'll do it. I know that sometimes we might not agree, but you can respectfully disagree. And it's hard, and yeah. And so it's just really, it's a challenging time to be in this position. And you just hear so many different things, and I share these things with some of my close friends, and they just say, Jen, I got you. Or they'll say, you know, behind the scenes, they'll, you know, pump me up, but it's also being able to be out and vocal and say, not only do I support you behind the scenes, but I support you any day, all day, in front of everybody, in front of a crowd, in front of nobody. That's what makes me go hard in this position. So I'm gonna be in here until, I don't know, but yeah. So I'm just very thankful to be in this position, and I'm so thankful to have this panel. Because we do need to hear, and if it is uncomfortable that you hear that some of your counterparts are, you know, being very vocal or antagonists, imagine how I feel getting the messages, or imagine how other Black women feel when we are being told to sit down, be quiet, stop being the angry Black woman. You know what? First, I was like, nah, I'm not an angry Black woman. And I was like, no, I am, and I'm gonna own it, because this is my truth, and I'm speaking my truth to my power. So you might not like me, but I'm just gonna keep doing this position, and I'm gonna have other people to come and follow suit, and watch out, because we're building a coalition. So that's it.
Standing ovation back here. Yes. Thank you, Jen. So once again, my name is Jada, and I am here to talk with you guys on Black folks in charge, the power dynamics of people of color in leadership position. Joining Jen Crossley on the panel today is Leah McRath, Assistant Director of Alumni Communications or Communities at Indiana University Alumni Association, Michelle Moyd, PhD, Associate Professor of History and Associate Director for the Center of Research on Race and Ethnicity in Societies, both at Indiana University, and Brandon Drake, Drug and Alcohol Intervention Specialist, hard for me to say, and Certified Recovery Resident Consultant, Health Connect One's Bloomington Equity Leadership Academy, and Monroe County Cares Board Member. And again, I'm Jada B., and I'm a core council member at BLM, Bloomington. And so, Jen, you brought up a lot of really great issues in your talk. And one of the key things that I was thinking about in what you were saying and thinking about for this panel was, is there a difference in how Black women and people of color in particular are treated in positions of power versus how white women or white men are treated in those positions of power? And do you think that white women in power in particular avoid the critiques Black women face near constantly? And so this is not just for you, but for the whole panel to chime in and think about and talk. And we're hoping for an open flow discussion, and there's quite a bit to get through. So, and not as much time as we'd of course like. We're not trying to solve the world's problems. We're just trying to get into it.
Yeah.
So go for it.
I'll just briefly say, yeah.
Our counterpart, like my executive team and I, we constantly, we have this talk, and just so y'all know, I have a really great group of people that are behind me on my executive committee, and will always say, we're behind you 100%, and they have no problem saying that to anybody out front. But in the switchover, we have had people, like, one of the things that it's been said is, you know, I don't think so-and-so would have had the same critique, and they didn't, but you're getting it. And it's almost like this weird, crazy, like, psycho, am I just getting this because I just don't, like, I'm new, technically new to politics, and they don't know, and they're not, is it me? Is it me? And you just do those things, it's like, no. I get questioned on the littlest things, and it's just like, are you sure? Are you sure this is what you should be doing? But yeah.
You feel like it's like, so that's like not just questioning your fitness, but the micromanaging.
Yes.
Of every detail
Yes.
that of the job that you're given. Does anybody else, do you experience that, or those things that happen or have happened to you in positions that you've fulfilled, or have you witnessed it happen to colleagues, women of color in particular?
I feel like there are things that women inherently share that we have to deal with, and I feel that, and particularly white women get to be on that white male side when it comes to a black woman doing something.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like there are things that, you know, we as women can always bond over, like nitpicking, micromanaging, mistreatment, hypersexualization, things like that. But it is, there is something when it's, oh, well, it's not it's the white woman isn't the focus now, it's the person of color, whether that is a black person, a mixed person, Latina, whatever, but it's like, oh, well, then I can switch and go, oh yeah, we need to micromanage that person, we need to do this, we need to keep harping on that person. It's like, hold on, what happened to the sisterhood where we build each other up?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not all, but in what I've had to deal with in my professional life, that is a distinct difference. I don't get to, or maybe I could. I don't feel like I get to, oh, well, they're talking about that person, so now I can join in on everybody else and nitpicking this person.
Uh-huh.
But I feel like my counterpart would be, oh, well, something difficult is happening with a black male. And I literally feel like me as a black woman, I can't join in on that. Because there's too much of that happening.
Yeah. Even in either problematic situations.
Oh, right.
Or like, you know, the justified problematic situations, or
yeah, I can't be here
situations.
and being a sister to my community and then like hop on the bandwagon when times get rough. Like I have to make sure that I am always encouraging the women in my community. Because I feel like nobody else will. You know,
Yeah.
But sometimes the encourager needs encouraged, and that's
please.
Yeah.
Right. Michelle, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, a couple. So I actually am. I mean, I'm in a sort of leadership role, but it's a little bit different in academia, in as much as I'm an associate director. There's a director above me who's also a woman of color who I work well with. And so I have a lot of top cover in certain ways. She's a full professor, I'm an associate professor. So like, for the most part, I find my work pretty easy, but I also don't necessarily have I'm not doing the face-to-face interactions with senior administrators at IU. I don't like doing it, for one thing, so I've purposely, I like being where I am, but also because of the role I'm in, I don't necessarily have to do that part of the work. My colleague Dina does it, and she does a great job, and I'm happy about that. So I'll just point to a couple of things that I think do characterize a lot of my interactions around campus, because I am an introvert. I'm perceived as somebody who's kind of quiet and in the background. When I do bring things up, often people will simply give me a polite acknowledgement, but then there's no engagement with it. And when I speak quite forcefully, and I say things that are quite serious, but it's as if people are caught off guard by the fact that I have something to say, and then they can't reconcile the fact that I've spoken, right? So there's that. And then one thing that I've learned, and this actually kind of connects with the previous panel, I don't know why it's taken me this long to realize, but it's recently occurred to me that I am also being tokenized in some very significant ways. So I'll give you an example. 2 days ago, I got a service request, by which I mean, professors divide their time roughly between research, teaching, and service. And service means things you do for the university, oftentimes uncompensated, that are to do with making the university function, right? So those could be sitting on committees of various types, taking on administrative roles, all sorts of things. So I got one of those a couple days ago asking for me to respond the following day as to whether or not I would do it. And the kind of first meeting for this committee, which is a significant, a review committee for a significant grant that the university runs, lots and lots of money involved. The meeting was going to occur 5 days from when I got the email, and the work would have been due approximately 10 days later. 10 days from the original email. And I'm just thinking, first of all, how do you get to that close to the deadline for when a massive grant is supposed to be decided on, and you're still looking for someone to fill in? But secondly, I'm pretty sure that the reason they got to me is because they're looking for somebody, a person of color, to do the work. And this happens to me a lot. I've only realized fairly recently that this is why I'm being stretched so thin and being tapped for so many things. I think it's a combination of people recognizing that I'm competent, but also the kind of double burden of being a visible person of color and a woman of color who is able to do competent work in these contexts, right? So it's a little bit of a different take, and I think because I am sort of a background person, I don't necessarily have some of the same kinds of experiences you're talking about. But there are these other ways in which you get used to demonstrate to people who are observing that they're doing their due diligence in terms of diversity and inclusion.
Well, that brings up a really interesting point about diversity and inclusion. That a lot of times diversity and inclusion functions as one black woman in a room, one black guy in a room, one Latino in a room. Like it is this like, well, we did our job, we got the person of color in, and now everything's solved, and it's usually at this like last minute stage. It's not at the top down. It's never at like everyone who is planning all of this, everyone who is in control of all of this is thoroughly diverse and thoroughly included. It is like, we did all this work up here, and now we just need to get some black approval down here in order to say we did our due diligence. So like, where do we go from there? So that it brings up a good point in how power is given with one hand, but there's all of this other over here that is never even tapped. That that side is never talked about. Sure, we'll bring you in to talk about something, but we're not going to have you plan it from start to finish. So I want to get into like how can we encourage other people of color to take leadership positions, and Black women in particular, and how can we put in place protections for them once they accept those positions. And so I'm talking politically, yes, but I'm also talking about how do we support the chair of our departments, how do we support our Black doctor if we're lucky to have one, and things like that. How are we looking to give, find those places in our community where people of color can thrive?
I think we just need to have an outlet, and to support other Black women or other people of color in leadership is look at yourself and challenge your organization. I said this a couple of weeks ago at an event that I was at. Is like, look at your mission and figure out, are there other people that are missing that have a true voice that aren't here?
Mm-hmm.
And if they're not there, then dang it, go find somebody. Mm-hmm. But also don't find them in a way that just makes you look good. Truly break down that barrier and get to know them. It's the genuine factor. And if you're fake, you can smell a rat from a mile away. Mm-hmm. And also be supportive. And I know we had talked about in the previous panel, Black women supporting other Black women. But let me say, Black men also, it is so good and so refreshing to have other Black men see other women, like Black women and people of color in leadership, and speak on that. Mm-hmm. And that's the village that we need to continue to build, and it would be so helpful, and you might see other people come up and do stuff.
Mm-hmm. I think we have to challenge the top. It has to start from the top. Mm-hmm. I gave a presentation recently, and it was I was with a bunch of people that use the words diversity and inclusion but don't necessarily have an idea of what that means. And I pulled a beautiful picture off the internet, and it's great. It was literally two circles. You had a big circle, you had a small circle, and each circle was filled with dots. The big circle just had a bunch of gray dots. The small circle had a bunch of colorful dots. And I was like, okay, so this is segregation. Two circles don't merge. Then you put the smaller circle in the big circle, but the small circle is still there. And we're like, well, what is that? Do you think that that's diversity and inclusion? They're like, yeah. And I was like, but all the dots are still segregated. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So what's the ideal where all the dots are mingling? Everyone is taking up whatever space that they want. Everyone is where they want to be, right? Mm-hmm. And so I didn't realize that I had to give a presentation like that was so elementary to me. Like I don't have to take a class to know that this is a great photo of what's happening in the world, because this is what I've experienced. But the people that I was giving the presentation to were like, what?
Yeah, completely illuminating.
And then taking the presentation and going, okay, so you're looking at the picture, you're going, oh my goodness, let's look at that at where we are right now in this building. Yeah. And then it was another, oh. Right. And I said, let me tell you some of the things that would make me want to stay. We can have, all kinds of diversity in one building, but if a person in my position doesn't necessarily have someone to talk to on an intellectual level, bouncing off ideas on things that are relative to what I'm doing and helping me to grow higher, if the diversity is, well, we have one person here and we have 5 people all the way over there that are doing something completely different, which, by the way, we don't. I'm kind of like one of 3 people. But, even that is not good enough. What these words talk about is like making people belong, want to exist, want to put down roots want to find a place to thrive. And you have to challenge the top down. And sometimes it's not worth staying if the top doesn't want to be challenged. But challenging the top down, 1, 2, whoever it is that's coming in, being there for them. When I came to Bloomington, I came as a music student, and there were 3 other Black people, not just a music student, but vocal performance. There were 3 other graduate Black men, and each one of them came up to me, locked eyes with me, and was like, "Some go down. This is who I am. We cool. We cool." Then they went about their lives.
Right? Right.
You know?
Right.
It was good camaraderie, but I was like, even here, it's almost not enough.
Right.
Because I was able to lock eyes with them, but I didn't get to build a relationship with them. And it wasn't until I actually found, another community to build a relationship with. So just telling the top, hey, just because you have one other person does not mean that this place is diverse.
Yeah.
In my department, there was, we didn't even have a Black faculty person at the time. But 200 opera students, 4 of them Black, no community really between any of us, and that's okay. You don't have to like somebody just because you can kind of see who they are. You don't have to.
But you may not have anything in common.
You may not have anything in common, but it was like, we're not set up.
Right. There's
We're
no
not set up.
infrastructure in place.
Yeah, so you have to challenge the top down.
Yeah. Just say something there, Brandon.
Sure, because I'm listening, there's a lot of good points being brought up, and I believe in challenging the top down. One of the problems with Bloomington in itself, and I grew up here, so I'm not knocking it, I love this town, but I've watched it happen where people in power have gotten to arguments through social media with Black women, blocked them, erased them, come in and then join Black Lives Matter 2 weeks later.
Oh yeah. Well,
we're full of people that memorize a lot of. We're full of people who memorize buzzwords, and we need those words because words are powerful and they help change our culture. But the problem is that what I've watched happen is a lot of buzzwords are memorized and said out loud, so people will take to them. But if you walk into our buildings, health department, different buildings, you will not see a person of color. You will see a lot of white women and a lot of white men, but people of color are not in those positions. So part of it is, we talk about this calling in instead of calling out, but I'm sorry, sometimes we have to be honest with ourselves as a society and straight out call people out before they'll change things, as uncomfortable as that is. And you mentioned...
Brandon, you're leading me into a transition.
Sure,
so
sure.
Can I go with that transition?
Yes.
So calling people out. Given recent years, the recent scandals involving local politicians and civil servants ranging from illegal business deals to sexual harassment and sexual misconduct, do you feel like people of color and Black women in particular are subjected to higher standards of ethics than their white counterparts? The Amanda Barge scandal in particular had a racial power dynamic that was not spoken about. She was a powerful white woman who worked in addiction counseling, and Brandon here was the person that she sexually harassed. He's a brown Saudi American who was working in addictions counseling himself, and there's a racial power dynamic that never fully got discussed in all of the hoopla that happened around it. BLM tried very hard to talk about that power dynamic and got poo-pooed on many occasions by many white organizations in town. And I'm calling them white organizations not because they call themselves white organizations, but because they are white organizations. So, Brandon, I'm going to give you a little second to talk about that, but I know that there are other people who would probably be interested in talking about that too. So go ahead first, though.
Okay, so first of all, I was thinking about this over the past couple of days. The very first defense that was thrown on the county government side is that I wielded a gun and extorted her with that gun. People didn't see that was racial. That was a racially motivated defense. because of where I come from. I was also raised in an African American home from birth. I thought I was African American mixed until I found out my dad was Saudi around 17 years old. So like when they said that, and it was also I'm also a former drug user, so there was some of that involved too. But when they said that, I didn't hear anyone except Black Lives Matter point out that they would not have said that if I had blonde hair, blue eyes. A gun would not have been mentioned. I've never owned a gun.
Falsely accused of it, yeah.
Falsely accused. I've never owned a gun. I've hardly ever been around them in my whole life. I knew it because I was sitting in my house devastated that this was being said about me. I knew it. I knew it internally, and some of my friends knew it, but the community wasn't willing to talk about that. And also my work history. If you look in back at history, because again, I heard people call my stepfather lazy because he was black and things like that. They also put my employment history and talked about how lazy I was within county government. It was
as if whether or not you show up to a job has anything to do with someone sexually harassing you at that job, or it does have something to do with it, but it says more about the person sexually harassing you than it does about you. So yeah, those tropes that were being thrown out during that scandal were highly racialized, and used over and over again. Anyone else would like to talk about that the difference between the higher standard of ethics that happens racially between black folks in power, people of color in power versus white people in power?
I'll give you a word that I hate.
Yo.
Attitude.
Attitude. Ooh. Ooh. It's like those microaggressions. It's like the so-called microaggressions, right? That are actually macroaggressions because they're thrown at you constantly, right? So you have an attitude. You seem angry.
I seem angry. Like, why are you mad at me? What? What happened? Why are you mad at me? What? Well, you just look angry, and I'm like, I'm thinking about my grocery list. Like, I'm living my best life.
Yeah. Does concentration look different on our faces?
Apparently so.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
Is it that focus and concentration looks different on our faces?
Or if you're silent, they think you might go postal. Because there have been times where I've been in my office and I'm just like, I just don't have anything to say to anybody today. Not like I'm upset. I'm just doing my job, doing my thing, and it's like, are you okay? I literally have had people come in my office and shut my door and was like, are you okay? Yeah, all right.
I mean, this sort of feeds into the last panel about Black women's wellness too, and so people of color wellness, is under that. We're not allowed to have a range of emotions because a range of emotions can get us killed. Expressing anger at being detained for no reason could wind up in being murdered. And so the same thing happens in our careers. The death of career can happen if we are not allowed to have a range of emotions. I don't know what to say more about. So I'm going to move on to the next question. This is the last question for this panel. Currently in Bloomington, we have a commission on the status of Black males. Do you feel like we need an equal commission on the status of Black women or a joint status of Black people so that we can study the status of non-binary Black folks within our community? Do you think that it would be better to have multiple commissions or to have joint commissions? Do we need to look at also expanding commissions into people of color or getting specific into racial minority groups? What is the benefit of those sorts of commissions?
I mean, this is something that's been on my mind a lot lately, I think, because I have a 6-year-old daughter who is visibly Black, and so increasingly I've been wondering about this differentiation of Black men within the city's kind of vision of who are the people who are perceived as being most at risk, right? Or the people who need most shepherding or something, right? And while I appreciate the focus on, or the attempt to sort of name a specific kind of sociological problem that we have in this country, I do think that the problems of girls, and I assume that this will come up in our next panel on MCCSC, are being hidden or erased in some really disturbing ways, right? I mean, we know from the data that girls are imagined to be older than they are at a much earlier age. We know that they are singled out for disciplinary problems in, the ways that mirror the ways boys are treated. We know that they are not diagnosed or misdiagnosed for developmental delays, right? And this is women in general. Women often don't get diagnosed with autism, for example, until they're quite a bit older than boys, and that's because the symptoms manifest differently in girls. So there are all of these ways that it seems misguided to me to have focus on the status of Black males. And so I'm not going to speak to the question of whether or not it should be all POC, but I do think that the kind of gendering of a kind of pathology is fraught in all sorts of ways.
I think there should be separation, because finding small communities and then branching out, I think to put everyone in one lump sum is what we already do in this country. So fighting against that, and having smaller groups doesn't mean that you are trying to speak on bringing segregation back, but it is finding solace, pointing out things that are obvious, bringing them to light, and using that as a mechanism to go forward. And so, I mean, I just think that there should be something. I think there should be something different.
Right. I think the key problem is that we only have one commission right now for the status of Black males, and so we don't have the parity in place, let alone coming up with an umbrella.
I was gonna say,
and get a few minutes.
Yeah, real quick. The commission status of Black males do some great work within our community. But as the video that we've seen that has happened last year, where it was young Black women in our own community that have said that they don't feel protected, they might not feel safe, and they don't feel like they've been heard, got out there to the forefront, and it got some, not all, some people kind of questioning what we do in our community. I myself, I have two girls, one who is in middle school who is going through that change, and she's trying to discover who she is, and I continue to keep saying, you're the cutest, most awesomest brown-skinned girl I've seen. However, some of us in our own community, and I've known some of my members of the GLBTQ plus community here that are Black, that don't feel like they are a part of a community. And so while it is great to have a focus on the commission status of Black male, and it would be awesome to do something for, the young Black females, I think we also need to build a community, period. And right now, what I'm hearing and what I've seen in some of our groups is, yeah, that's great, but we don't even, sometimes in our Black community, we don't even have a community within itself. So it would be nice to build that coalition together. And for those who don't identify as one gender or another, who might say, I look at this and I feel excluded, I think we should be more inclusive and build within that community so that people will get their guards down and start to come out.
Awesome. Any last words at all from you? Anybody?
There was also an article 2017 about growing up Black and female in Bloomington that a lot of people don't know about. That was an eye-opening article as well if people are interested in that subject of why it might be needed that we finally form a commission like that.
Okay, well, thank you so much for joining us on this panel. I really appreciate it. I know the time goes by really quickly when we're talking about this. Again, we're not trying to solve all the problems in the world. We're just trying to get into it a little bit. This has been the discussion for Black folks in charge, power dynamics for people of color in leadership positions. I am Jada B. I hope you enjoyed and learned something too. Please stick around, there are more panels. Please make sure to rewatch these panels and videos as they are posted online and on Facebook and through our website. And check out our website for the ongoing anti-racist resource list at www.blm.btown-in.org, and join our efforts to create a local Black bailout fund, which can also be viewed from our websites. And we have little pamphlets over there that you can scan a QR code for it and donate directly to the bailout fund. So we're going to do a quick changeover and get on to our next topic, which is Numbers Tell the Tale, Racial Discrepancy in MCCSC Disciplinary Actions. Thank you guys so much.
Okay, so welcome to the panel on racial discrepancies in MCCSC disciplinary actions. I'm Jacinda Townsend. Joining me is Stephanie Powers Carter. She is a community member, mother, educator, and faculty in the Indiana University School of Education. Byron Turner, who is president of the Monroe County Black Democratic Caucus and vice chair for the City of Bloomington Commission on the Status of Black Males, and director for the Indiana Coalition for Public Education of Monroe County. And Michelle Moyd, associate professor and associate director, Center for Research on Race and Ethnicity in Society, both at Indiana University. And I'm the Appalachian writer in residence at Berea College. So, this is a subject that's really near and dear to my heart because when I moved to Indiana the first time, I moved in part because of the school system here, or primarily because of let me not lie, I only care about my kids. So I moved here because of the school system. I moved away to California and I was not real happy about their education, and I moved back for the school system. So when I started looking at these numbers, I became dismally sad because I had no idea. So let me just read to you some of the picture here. And keep in mind, so what's kind of interesting is compared to the state of Indiana, Bloomington, as you might expect, being the progressive place we think we are, does not actually do that much disciplinary action in the schools. So for instance, compared to a state average of 4.4%, there are only 3.5% of the students here have in-school suspensions, and that also includes truancy, which includes tardies, right? So compared to the state average of 5.7% on out-of-school suspensions, we only have 1.3. Compared to a state average of 0.3% of expulsions, we have 0.2. So this looks like a rosy picture, right? But when you start breaking this down by race, it becomes an incredibly troubling picture. So let me just read to you about in-school suspensions. Black students have a rate of 8.2%. Now, do note that this is not, we're not talking about 8.2% of all suspensions. We're talking about 8.2% of Black students. Okay, think about that. Like, I needed a moment of silence to process that. Compared to 0.5% Asian, 0% Pacific Islander, 3.8% Latinos, also pretty high, 4% multiracial, no Native American students, and 3% white. And again, 8.2% of the Black students, right? That's a lot. For out of school, the rates were 3.2% Black, 0.8% Hispanic, 0% Asian, Native American or Pacific Islander, 1.9% multiracial, and 1.1% Black. For expulsions, only black, white, or multiracial students are expelled, right? So you got to be homegrown to be expelled. 0.4% multiracial, 0.7% black, and 0.2% white. There was one referral to law enforcement, which I find kind of interesting because as a parent, I know I've gotten way more than one email in the last calendar year about gun threats to the school. So I was really intrigued about why this person, she was white. She was also low income, which there's a story about that too. You know, behind these statistics, a lot of these children are either low income or learning disabled. So keep in mind that, and I'm gonna mostly throw numbers at you and depend on these fine folks for analysis, but the things that you can be expelled, suspended, and school suspended for include truancy, which, and I want to talk a little bit about each thing and how what looks like sort of this flat, you know, objective line of disciplinary action is not at all, right? So let's just take truancy, for example, right? So my kid is late. My kid is late a lot. My kid misses school. I call. She's excused, right? What if I couldn't call, right? Sex at school, deadly weapons, which again, there seems to be some sort of strange, this is maybe reportable, this isn't to law enforcement, who knows why, I don't know, maybe you guys know, I hope you do, because that's particularly distressing, right? Drugs, injuries to property and person, threats, very fuzzy line, right? Loitering, blocking an entrance, setting fires, I don't think that's happened. I haven't gotten any emails about that, right? Bullying, and not complying with teacher directions, which is incredibly subjective, right? So Byron suggested, and I really appreciate the suggestion, to talk a little bit about other things that are going on in MCCSC. And so I wanted to kind of segue into talking about my one encounter as a parent with this, and that is that a friend of mine has a black child who goes to my kid's school, who is a girl. She's an adolescent girl, and she is constantly sort of spoken to by the principal about various things, including her wardrobe. She is in, these are students at university school, which has an interesting sort of makeup to it. My children routinely go to school looking like harlots, and no one has ever once spoken to them. My children are in the ALPS program, which if you don't know is a magnet gifted program. So in that program, no one ever gets disciplined for anything. I suspect you could like stand up and urinate in the corner and like nobody would discipline you, right? Why is that? Well, we know why, right? So I want to talk a little bit about the composition of that program. Statewide, we are black people are 9.1% of the population of Indiana, so let's just use that as a benchmark, right? Only 5.2% of high ability students statewide are black. And, you know, under almost any educational theory to which one would subscribe, we all know that there's this compounding effect of like educational segregation, right? So, I mean, contrast that to, I just picked a school. In New York City, there's a school called the Tag Young Scholars, which is also like a selective gifted school. 36% of those students are black and Latino, right? The test scores, as we know, are massaged, right? Because what's also kind of interesting about the ALPS program here is that they used to, and I think they still do, they only count verbal. So they've actually managed to exclude a lot of Asian students, and this is something that school districts often do. They determine which set of scores they're going to use, right? So you have a population that I mean, my younger daughter right now is the only kid in her grade, only black kid in the gifted program. My older daughter was one of 3, but they were all biracial. So, more worrisome than that even is the fact that the crystallized intelligence isn't being passed down equitably. So I looked at the iLearn scores for grade 3 through 8, and I found these like really terrible numbers. So for grades 3 through 8 in iLearn, only 24.7% of black students test as proficient. Contrast that to 54.2% of white students. Other numbers of interest are 35.5% of Latino students test as proficient. By the time they get to grade 10, the numbers are a little different, but it's still kind of the same huge glaring gap. In age 10, at grade 10, 68.3% of white students have a pass rate on the English language assessment, and it's only 37.4% of black students. In math, only 12.1% of black students have a pass rate. Contrast that to 41% of white students. And then I looked at also, because I wanted to talk a little bit about segregation at MCCSC in terms of like the schools in general, because it also plays into this picture, right? If you scroll down under these statistics, you get a list of grades, and it's kind of fun to look at because, so you scroll down all these school districts in Indiana, and MCCSC's grades are under appeal, but nobody else's grades are under appeal. But apparently, like, we're really invested in our school district grades, right? Pretty much consistently, almost all the schools except Fairview are usually A and B. There have been years when they've been C's, but pretty much, people get A's and B's. Fairview, not only is Fairview a C, but there was a year it got an F. So let's talk a little bit about Fairview because it is interesting. In 1997, I think most people know this, in 1997, MCCSC approved a redistricting plan that clustered poorer students in an already kind of high poverty school. So Fairview is now 84% free lunch and 13% black. Contrast that to these dismal numbers. Childs is 1% black, Benford is 3% black, University is 7% black, the Project School is only 2% black, Summit is 7% black, Arlington Heights is 9% black, Templeton is 9% black, and Clear Creek is 2% black. And for an idea of what this means on a practical level, it means that, and I hope someone can speak to all this, is that Fairview is consistently underfunded. Fairview is consistently understaffed. Fairview is sort of, I mean, it's the most bizarre thing to me that anybody ever approved this redistricting plan, because what it means is, I mean, 84% free lunch, that is a number of children who need a lot of support system, right? There is no way that they are going to get that at one elementary school. Somehow we put them all at this one elementary school. I don't know why. What does that mean for the rest of the schools? Well, there is no way I would ever have sent my kids to Childs because I knew that number. But when I had a kid who went to Benford, she didn't stay long because she was the only black person in her class. So when I went to the principal and I said, why did you put like one black kid for her grade? She was in kindergarten. There was one black kid in each kindergarten, right? So in his mind, this was like, well, we're gonna like have this diversity, And I'm like, but that's on the blacks of each of those 3 black children, and that is painful. I mean, I have lived that. That is so painful. And I eventually took her out because she began to really internalize like what was going on in a very bad way. And yeah, I mean, and you know, it sort of plays into the disciplinary numbers as well, because when you break that down by school, obviously those numbers are different too. So I want to open it up to the panel, and feel free to talk about my numbers, but also we have these fun, wonderful questions. So, given that students of color in Bloomington experience disproportionate rates of detention, suspension, and expulsion, do you support a city-based initiative focused on anti-bias training for faculty, staff, and administration at MCCSC?
So one of the things, hi. Hello. Okay, I'm Southern. Y'all gotta say something back to me. That's how it works. So one of the things I will say is I'm on a newly formed Equity, Access, and Opportunity committee through MCCSC. And one of the things that we've been, the few of us that show up, have been charged with is to help them think through some of those challenges. Rafi Hassan is here, and so I'll acknowledge him as well. And I believe that they have started doing some of this work with teachers across the district. But you know, it's a lot. It's a lot. And so how do you engage these really difficult conversations with people who are not used to having these really difficult conversations? And a lot of the, you know, we all have these, we have these responses or defense modes that we go into: denial, deflection. And so I think while they have started doing this work, I think one of the things that we probably need to do is figure out ways that we can support that work that they're starting, rather than creating, because, you know, teachers, you know, and I'm a teacher at heart. I used to be a high school English teacher, and I know what happens. There are a lot of good teachers in schools, and it only takes a few or a couple that are not so good. And then they kind of mess it up for everybody else. So I want to say that in terms of that question, and by no means am I saying that there's a ton of work that needs to be done. But I think it happens best when we when all of us get at the table, rather than the city starting something, because I think you said the city, right? And then the school district is starting something, and then IU has something. I think what is important is that we figure out a way to communicate with each other and sit everybody at the table, and first not to shut down. Because people tend to shut down. We go to our corners, it becomes about power and people, and we lose sight that this is about our kids, right? And yeah, I'll stop talking before I get really passionate.
Well, definitely support any diversity or bias training, but also the MCCSC has been doing I think, a much better job than most, and Rafi Hassan has been doing an excellent job as well, putting in those new trainings, especially in the past year and a half. I think the thing, if I had my way, the thing I would focus on is more of those more the institution itself, because what does it mean for a black girl to have an attitude and be sent to detention or in-school suspension, which I believe black females are given in-school suspension at a higher rate than any other type of child. So I
said Indiana, they actually do have a higher rate. Mm-hmm.
And so
I can't hear you.
Oh.
I just said in the state of Indiana, I think they actually do have a higher rate. That's all. Sorry.
So, but I would, more than the training right now, because that is something we're doing, having those more subjective things defined would be really important to me, so that, because I believe that offers protection to our kids, so that teachers can't just, I don't like the way you gave me a look, or rolled your eyes. So.
Do we know what percentage of these disciplinary actions are that lack of compliance with teacher instruction thing? Because I mean, that's so subjective.
It does
right?
become, it becomes problematic because every teacher responds to things very differently, right? And so that,
yeah,
that becomes really problematic.
Michelle?
So I'm not sure why I'm on this panel exactly, but I'm here, so I'll
You're
say.
parents. You're parents.
I'm a parent, but my daughter actually is one of the 2% attending project school, and she just started kindergarten, and she's doing really well there. And I think she also attended MCCSC while she was a preschooler because she was getting some special needs help and support at university school. So I do have that insight. But what can I say? I mean, I think what I'll focus on is the question of how you get reluctant teachers on board with the idea that the institutions they work for are structurally racist, right? We know this. The data speaks to this. We have lots of evidence. So how do you get them to understand that when a parent calls them out on something that happens, that they don't have to take it personally, they don't have to get defensive about it. They could just say, okay, I need to do better, and how can I do better? And I think this is fundamentally sort of a shift that lots of us need to make from thinking about things as, okay, racist, right? We all understand that term. We know what its implications are. To how do we get people to think about things in an anti-racist way? And there's lots of stuff out there now. There are lots of resources out there now that people can read, and it's quite straightforward, right? When we point out, if I as a parent point out to a teacher that something that happened in the classroom is racist, I would want the teacher to be able to take that in and say, okay, how can I be anti-racist? How can I take this moment and turn it into something that will help to shift the institution, right? That's how I feel right now about this constant back and forth between, because I mean, I feel like we're spinning our wheels in a lot of ways, right? That parents go to teachers, they say, this happened to my child, this is racist, or ableist or whatever. The teacher says, but I'm not a racist, and then it gets bumped up to perhaps Rafi's office or to the principal's office, and the principal says, well, we're not racist. So who's the racist? Well, the institution is structurally racist. So let's try to remove the distance between, or let's try to sort of get more people to see themselves as participants in these institutions, that their behaviors may or may not be personally racist, but they still have a part to play in these institutions. And I would like to see that become a part of teacher instruction, teacher training, teacher anti-bias training, all the things that teachers do to get ready to be in the classroom.
Yeah.
That's what I would dream for my daughter, that I walk into to see a teacher and I say, that wasn't the greatest choice of how to treat Thanksgiving. And the teacher says, yeah, I could do better. And, that's what I would love to see in Michelle world.
Well, I think we have to, so as someone who studies issues of race, we have to start thinking about racism is about power and privilege. And, yes, some people have benefited greatly, and they don't typically look like me or my son, have benefited from that. And you have to own that in a way that it's not so much about, it's about blame, but it's about you need to understand the ways that you've been complicit and received benefits from that sort of system of oppression,
And I also, what I always tell people, what they need to understand is that this racist culture terrorizes our kids. It terrorizes them, and it is violent to them. And I think when I've done workshops with teachers, like helping them to understand that, oh, you know, it hurts. It diminishes them. They go to places every day that diminish who they are in ways that you cannot understand if you have not been on the receiving end of that system. And so I think we need to shift our language, and we need to educate teachers, because most of the teachers are like, oh yeah, it's not really true, it's not happening, I don't know. But we need to understand racism is about power, and it doesn't matter if you think you're doing it or not. It feels very intentional to the students who are on the receiving end of it. And I also think there was another point that I was going to make that just flew out of my mind. But I just wanted to chime in and just say I think we lose sight of it, and we think of people hanging, you know, in trees, and we have these images, but you know, it's so much more than that.
And also,
and it is that too,
yeah.
but it's a lot of different things. Privilege means not having to think about it. That's what I was, the things that you don't have to think about. And the intersections, if you think about intersections, if you're Black, gay, female, I mean, all those intersections, those are levels of oppression that those students, that those young people are encountering. And so, and it feels violent. And I just wanted to chime in, because I think talking to teachers, oh yeah, I mean, I think you really have to, this is violent. This is every day coming to a place where you don't feel safe.
And to piggyback on that, I mean, like,
Yeah.
we think of PTSD as like people went to Vietnam, and under the new sort of understanding of PTSD, this is causing PTSD. I mean, racial isolation, oh my God. Yeah, PTSD, you know, and so there's a little like, there's this thing that begins happening to kids in preschool, and it just compounds and compounds and compounds, and then you're an adult and you're still carrying these K-12 violations with you, right?
Yeah.
So let me move on to piggybacking on that. Do you guys have any strategies that are most effective, best practices in getting teachers to use anti-racist pedagogies and administrative practices, and what can parents do to influence teachers to turn their classrooms into anti-racist spaces?
That's like a whole workshop. A couple of them. That's a couple of workshops. I'll let you all start. I have to think.
I'll admit I sent that question in.
So it's like, that is a whole workshop. Michelle?
I always speak at Black History Month. I pick a topic and, you know.
Why just Black History Month, just
because that's all I have time for.
Oh,
so
okay.
pick a month. Pick some other month, everybody else.
Well, you know, I think it starts with your home first. I think, so I'm going to give you an example. My son came home, he's going to hit me, okay. He came home maybe last year, and he told me that one of his friends was giving away the N-word card, which was a pass that, you know, allowed white people to say the N-word. And it was a little Black boy that was giving his white friends this card. My son, and some of the kids who received it were outstanding people in the community, and they probably would have had a fit if they knew their kids were asking for this card. And so my son immediately, because, you know, he knows who he is, and we teach about those issues, was irritated and was like, they're not my friends. And he was sort of irritated with the Black boy who had lived in Bloomington all his life. And I think, he was sort of irritated that, you know, why would you do this? He didn't know any better, because for him it was about friends. But this was an example of, you know, and so I talked to people and shared it, but my son said nobody ever followed up with the kids about this card. They talked, you know, to the teachers. So it was just like, okay, wow, this is really interesting. So that would be I forgot the question, but that would be an example of, you know, a missed opportunity. But I think the problem is people don't feel comfortable, right? people don't feel comfortable. And like I said, it's so much. How do you get teachers to the point that they don't feel like that's a personal attack, or that they could sit down and say, or that a letter could go home to parents? Like, kids are engaging in this kind of behavior. It's really hard to wrap your mind around, but that's an example of trauma. And it also speaks to like that space where, so much work is needed. But it was a predominantly white school, predominantly white teaching staff. But yeah, that N-word card is an example of how that happens. Did y'all know about that? Y'all didn't know about that.
I have something to say. When Dr. Carter talks about that situation, Dr. Carter, you remember about a year ago, we met down at the administration with the professor that they brought in? Yes. And he was talking to the whole school. And I don't believe any of them, like you said, heard it. They didn't even know his name later. Did I stand up inappropriately?
We weren't taking questions. I'm sorry. I should have said that we weren't taking questions.
So see, that's a prime example of disrespect and making me feel like don't miss. All they had to say was, Miss Body, not yet.
I'm so sorry.
No, I was listening. I was listening to you.
But I was watching y'all's expressions.
Because I didn't know if it was time for you to. Well, I apologize, Miss Body.
I'm sorry.
Does anybody else want to respond to that last question?
Could you repeat the question again?
What strategies are most effective in getting teachers to use anti-racist pedagogies and administrative practices, and what can parents do to influence teachers to turn their classrooms?
And I didn't talk about strategies because, like I said, I just think it is. I mean, there's so many different things that need to be done before you can even get to strategies. And I always say you have to start with yourself. Like, how are you engaging? So that me work has to be done before you can even get to the strategies, if that makes sense. And then I think once you think about your own, because I think people start internally, right? If you can get people to unpack all those tensions or some of them, then they can hear. But until you start cleansing that, and I think a lot of times we put teachers in situations where they can't even engage the conversation, and they have the conversation, but their actions are saying one completely different thing to the kids. But they have to do the me work. And that's when I usually work with teachers, I begin with, their own journey, their own tensions. Because you could sit and tell them all the stuff in the world and they won't see themselves. They'll have all these, I call them blind spots, and they can't see themselves. So I'm gonna.
Do you guys want to respond to that before we?
I think I'm gonna have to pass on that question.
Sure. We have a couple more that I'd love to hear from you guys on. One is, what might be a few factors that contribute to MCCSC discipline challenges?
Well, this is a homogenous community in many ways, right? I mean, we've heard the statistics. So again, I think Bloomington likes to celebrate itself as a very diverse, inclusive space, but as we know, there are some significant problems with that imagining of the city's imagining of itself that way. I'm heartened. So at the project school, I just got my daughter's kindergarten teacher sends out a weekly kind of summary of what they've been working on. And two of the books that they were working on this week they both feature a black child in the kind of center, right? So I'm heartened that at least in that space, my daughter is getting to see herself represented in the things that they're spending time on in class. But again, I take your point, Stephanie, about the me work and all of us needing to do our part, but I also worry again about structurally how they're doing their continuing education, what sorts of interventions is the school system doing on a continuing basis to give teachers an opportunity to enhance themselves in these directions that might not have occurred to them before. So, you know, Ibram Kendi has been on the circuit now for the last 6 months with his new book, How to Be an Anti-Racist. He's not the only one, but he's the main one. And the book is written in a very straightforward way. Again, like, are there ways to get things like that into whatever, I don't want to call it a curriculum. I don't want to sort of assume that that's what happens in the school system. And I admit I don't really know. I should start paying more attention, obviously. But I just wonder about those things and what the opportunities are for teachers who want to make, to shift and who are paying attention to larger societal dynamics to change, to learn and to change. We all have work to do, right? So what are the opportunities for MCCSC teachers to do that?
Did you want to?
Yeah, so and kind of the piggyback as well. I also believe that one of the biggest contributors is that kind of lack of diversity, that lack of racial diversity in our schools. You know, if you look at Maryland Elementary School, you're going to see the most disproportionate rate of discipline towards African American students in comparison to any other school, elementary school at least. In our school corporation, you'll find the same thing kind of going on at Childs and going into Clear Creek as well.
And those are the ones with the smallest percentage.
Yes, and so when you look at Fairview, their discipline rates are lower, are much closer in line. They're still disproportionate, but it is much closer to where they should be. And now that we're kind of speaking about Fairview, it's my favorite school, by the way. And you said it earlier, you know, Fairview is underfunded, understaffed. And I just wanted to expand on that a little bit more. Fairview, in comparison to the rest of the elementary schools, they are overfunded technically and overstaffed, but it is for what Fairview, for the students they have to accommodate, they have to work with and help. Yeah, they're underfunded and they are understaffed. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. They do an amazing job, though. That is why they're my favorite school. They do the most, not with the least, but with the tools they have. They just do an amazing job.
And so I want to.
We're almost out of time.
Okay.
Go ahead and have one last.
I'm sorry. I needed more time, y'all, to have this conversation. But what I want to say is we're talking about MCCSC as if there's not a national kind of crisis. Like, they're part of a larger conversation where, you know, black and brown failure is a multi-million-dollar industry at this point. And so I think we need to understand this too in a larger context that, and I think to piggyback on what Michelle was saying, I think accountability for me is what is really important. That while we're engaging teachers in this conversation, when they don't do something, what are the consequences? When something happens and you're complicit in something, it could be, you know, you have to do some extra training or you have to do some extra work because we want kids to learn and we want kids to feel safe. But for me, it's also about accountability. And I have to say that these conversations have been going on in education since Carter G. Woodson in 1933, okay? And even before that. So, you know, these conversations about black and brown kids, about, you know, them not getting the support that they need. And it's frustrating that it's still going on in 2019. And, you know, it's a lot of trauma. I think when we look at discipline issues, we have to look at it from a bigger picture. And Joy DeGrew's work talks about this trauma that black people, that we embody. And racism, well, I would say black people and brown people can't be racist, that they could be prejudiced, but we internalize racism and we respond to it constantly. And our kids are responding to all this tension and trauma that they are engaged in school. And you know, what happens when people feel unsafe? What happens when people feel like they have to protect themselves? And I think we need to also think about discipline in that way from multiple levels, not just the district, but also the kids and the parents. Lots of perspectives. I'll be quiet.
Well, thank you. Thank you all, and thank you for being here.
Ready?
All right, so as people reconvene, we are getting ready to start the last panel, which will be preceded by BLM Core Council member Jada B's brief talk, Confronting White Supremacy, the losing side of white liberalism and negative peace. So this is going to be the final panel for the day. I'd like to thank everyone for coming and participating, either as audience members or on one of the panels, and all the people who are watching this after the fact. This event has been put on by Black Lives Matter Bloomington. You can find out more information about our organization and the things we're up to. Over in the back, there's a table of information. We also have our website, blm.btown-in.org. It's up there. Hopefully the people at home can see that as well. And of course, it's printed on all of our materials. So again, this is the last panel. And before we get started, we're going to have a brief talk by Jada.
Hello and welcome. I'm going to give a brief talk here about confronting white supremacy, the losing side of white liberalism, and the negative peace. In order to do that, we're going to have to do a few definition rounds. So you can see there the sort of textbook definition for what white supremacy is, but I want to talk a little bit about beyond the white robes and the white polos and the khakis and the tiki torches, beyond the Nazi salutes and all the glorification of failed leaders is a murky system of oppression that functions as everyday life, but are really minefields of white supremacy. They range from corrupt police and law enforcement and criminal justice systems to political gerrymandering to voter suppression to racial bias school tests to racial bias school discipline. It is being unarmed, sitting in your own home, playing a video game with your nephew and losing your life, while yet another angry white man goes on a killing spree and is taken into custody alive and well. It is growing up in a rural community your whole life and having transplants to your community, constantly asking you, where are you from? It is microaggressions and macroaggressions. It is that black women live through daily in regards to their hair, clothing, and jewelry. It is black men who can't be seen as anything more than a thug or a criminal. And in a town like Bloomington, Indiana, white supremacy also looks like white liberals supporting portions of the black community while publicly, while creating policies, upholding and disseminating ideologies, policies, and laws that hurt the majority of black people living in this community. And so you're wondering why I'm sharing all these white hot memes with you. And they are white hot. It's very interesting that like sometimes these concise words can better say what others are attempting. So I'm going to share. You're going to see them. They're going to come up. They're things that really I think tie into what we're talking about. Even if what I'm saying doesn't sink in, maybe your brain can recall the visual, and maybe that'll help. Right? So I work on multiple levels as a brain person. Like I need to see things a lot. So memes help me see and visualize. So what do I mean by white liberalism? So white liberalism can be defined by its lack of anti-racist ideology. Someone who perhaps is socially liberal on many matters but fails to incorporate intersectionality into their beliefs and ideals. White liberalism lacks awareness of its own whiteness and its own white supremacy. In the 60s, it was sort of seen by Black Power movements as an attempt to control the civil rights agenda, and is now seen a little bit more as the white savior complex. But it's often separated by Republican conservatism by semantics and intent. So a white liberal intends on being tougher on crime, but enacts predatory laws that target black populations the most, causing mass incarceration. White liberalism engages in as much individualism as Republican conservatism. And what I mean by that is this live and let live sort of ideology that is a means of justice, that is a mirror image of white supremacist language. So see here, this is Klan country, love it or leave it. And then you have Donald Trump saying things, you're not happy if you're complaining all the time, you can leave. And of course it's he's referring to the squad and their attempts at bettering the community. This is also echoed in this community by, if you don't like Schooner Creek Farms, you don't have to buy from them. And so it's this like, if you don't like how the farmer's market is currently functioning, you don't have to go there. And that's very definitely, leave your black ass out of the conversation. We don't need you in this, all right? And so that's very troubling. And again, like I said, it's very reminiscent of what is happening to the squad. And I love what Paul Robeson said, that my father was a slave and my people died to build this country, and I'm going to stay right here and have a part in it, just like you, and no fascist-minded people like you will drive me from it. Is that clear? And I don't think anyone could be more clear, that we help build the wealth of this country, and so therefore we get to change it. And so this gets into like who, am I racist and who gets to decide? And so some people then, there's been conversation about like what is racist and who is a racist and who gets to decide that. And, does that mean that white liberals are racist? And I'm going to say yes, it does, because white supremacy and racism are systemic universal issues. We all have ingested them, and we are all on varying levels either struggling to work free of them or embracing them. And the oppressors do not get to tell the oppressed what is and is not oppression. And that goes for so many other things. White people do not get to determine what is racist. Men do not get to determine what is sexist. Cis people do not get to determine what is transphobic, and on and on and on. So we need to think about these things. So I'm putting before you, this is what white supremacy is and how it functions in its integral details. And here's how white liberalism factors into that, and how it is a form of white supremacy. And so I'm using Dr. King's quote here from Letter from a Birmingham Jail because it was brought up. It's been brought up. I bring it up quite frequently. Many white people in this community talk about Dr. King being their hero, but they fail to remember this part. The Negro's greatest stumbling block is in his stride towards freedom is not the white citizen's counselor or the Ku Klux Klanner, which I think is a funny word, but the white moderate who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice. And then he goes on to say in that same passage, shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. Lukewarm acceptance is much more bewildering than outright rejection. And so that negative peace is like a black hole. It sucks everything up until it collapses. Much like a ceasefire that doesn't involve talks about the root cause of the conflict, that doesn't acknowledge the dead or doesn't attempt to admit harm done. It will fail, and the shooting and killing will start up again. For lasting change, true forgiveness, and restorative justice to take place, the harm has to be localized. It has to be named and faced. And when that harm is slavery and segregation and white supremacy itself, the harm has to be dealt with holistically. Those demanding justice aren't doing it because everything is fine and they just want to cause trouble. They're demanding justice because there are flaws in our systems of governing and they cause harm. White liberalism often says, look, we know there are problems, but there's a right way to do this and a wrong way to do this. And if you're not being civil, then you're doing it wrong. And that civility is at the core of the problem with white liberalism. And there are consequences to this. And who sets what civil is and who really is civil? Calling out
the oppression that has been happening to generations of Black people seems pretty, if we're just doing it by marching and disturbing your city council, that seems like pretty civil to me, because the other options are pretty drastic, right? Like the other upending of systems are pretty drastic. So I would say that civility is a subjective thing, and the Colin Kaepernick's anthem protest is a perfect definition of the civility problem. In order to bring light to police crimes against Black folks and the Black Lives Matter movement, he decided to take a knee during the national anthem instead of standing as is the custom. And in many cultures, and in this culture, and in religious cultures around the world, kneeling is a deep sign of respect. It's some of the deepest signs of respect. But the simple act of not doing the norm is what makes Colin uncivil and puts him into this category of uncivil. But the reality is it's not his act. It's the color of his skin. It's his daring to question America. And but so if kneeling isn't civil, then neither were the protesters in the Ferguson unrest or Baltimore, any of the peaceful marches. And here is where I was going to insert some pretty graphic images of death of Black people. I decided that was not a necessary thing to do. But you can go online for yourself and look up the death of Alton Sterling, look up the death of Philando Castile, look up the death of Michael Brown and of Eric Garner, and you can see what violence is acceptable and what violence is not acceptable, and what forms of protest are acceptable and what form of protests are not acceptable. And oftentimes, who is it that is being accepted in that? Like, what is accepted in that? So that negative piece of civility prohibits understanding. And unfortunately, I've seen this form of white supremacy happen in this community more times than I can say. And the odd thing about this form of white supremacy is that you don't have to be white to engage in it, and that people of color use anti-Black white supremacy as a means to engage in things like social justice work in order to be accepted as the acceptable minority, in order to participate in civility politics. And that is used on a pretty consistent basis in the kind of work of social justice, where perhaps the darker skinned person, and I need to acknowledge I'm a very light skinned Black person that says these things to this community, and I know that my darker brothers and sisters and siblings either can't do it or won't do it because of what happens to them. So we need to think about that. And the one word here, I'm just going to talk about the pro-crop, pro-white supremacy thing. We have to talk about the police in this, but honestly, that could be a 4-hour talk, so I'm not even going to get into that too much. But I want to talk about, like, your individual good experience with law enforcement does not negate or make up for the larger systemic problems embedded with the police and law enforcement agencies. And white liberalism often uses the bad apple in the bunch as an example, but it doesn't account for how the entire bunch was acquired. It doesn't account for the fact that those bad apples actually infect not just the bunch they come from, but the whole orchard, and it's spread to other orchards, just to fully pull that metaphor all the way out. And that the reality is you only have a relatively few okay apples and orchards of infected fruit. And it's this mythology that police are good inherently, but there are a couple of bad ones, and we just need to get those people out. The reality is that the system is flawed. And again, we could talk about that for hours. So getting into confronting white supremacy, which is the part of this. This is all definition, and now we're getting into confronting it. What does confronting white supremacy look like? Is it just punching a bunch of Nazis in the face? No. Dr. King has already told us that the KKK is not the biggest threat to our liberation. The Klan and all the white national groups are merely a symptom of larger issues. They must be dealt with. Don't get me wrong, they need to be dealt with, but the key to confronting white supremacy is its identification in other ways and how it functions. The civility and morality or legality and ethically issue here And I'm sorry, I'm going to pause real quick, but this confronting white supremacy. I love this pyramid here because, the Klan is up there at the top, right? Genocide, violence, hate crimes. But so is unjust police shootings and lynching. But when we get down to the bottom, we're seeing this other stuff that's happening. Not all white people, not being, not believing the experiences of people of color. The two sides to every story. That's something we're seeing a lot in this town. The two sides to every story. And remaining apolitical as if that's a choice in today's climate. So we move on to the civility, morality, and legality. One of the major distractions to anti-racist work is the ideas of civility and legality. And what we are really talking about is morality and ethics. Free speech is often used as a tool to let hate speech, which is in and of itself a kind of violence and 100% an incitement to violence, to be allowed while it silences those that hate speech is directed towards. The Supreme Court, with the help of the ACLU, has enshrined hate speech as protected speech, and that it is something that most white liberals and Republican conservatives always agree on when it comes to hate speech, but not so much when it comes to protest speech or protecting speech of marginalized people, the American anthem protests, and the fact that the National Football League is now kicking out players and banning players for kneeling during the anthem. This manipulation of free speech is what legality is why legality is the biggest weapon to stop anti-racism and confronting white supremacy. Yes, I love free speech. It's the reason why I'm here today. But that's not really what we're talking about. We're talking about this. We're talking about this comparison that is being made against my life. The comparison used in the legality and free speech debate is that white supremacists call for the murder, harm, and manipulation and control of Black and brown people and queer people and Jewish people and Muslim people, versus anti-racists asking that Black folks and people of color and queer people and Jewish people and Muslim people be allowed to survive and thrive. So it's this false equivalency, like we saw in the last slide there, that you're saying over here, I just want to be able to live and not be fucked with and thrive. And this side over here is literally seeking the destruction of entire communities of people. That is a scale that can't be balanced. It doesn't work. So this gets into the next thing, which is the anti-racist violence, AKA Black body question. So a lot of times what we hear is when we're trying to confront white supremacy, what people hear is, you want to punch Nazis, you want to be violent. And when white liberals ask about direct action and violence, what they really want to know is, if I personally, if BLM locally and nationally, and if Black people as a whole want to commit violence against white people. They want to know if Black people want to use our politicized, criminalized, victimized, demonized, criticized, vilified Black bodies against white people. They want to know if their whiteness is safe from Blackness. If for some reason the slave is going to rise up and overthrow the slave master again. That's what that question is asking. And I will say that Black liberation and anti-racism will at some point require Black people and anti-racist people to defend, protect themselves by any means necessary, and that might, and in all likelihood, will involve violence. But the question is what is acceptable violence? Again, we go back to the police shootings. What is acceptable violence? Is it okay to see our Black children shot dead in the street? Or are we, if we're defending ourselves, if we're standing up for ourselves, is that okay? And so it really isn't about that question. It's about the person asking the question, right? These questions of violence is more about the person asking the question than those they accuse of violence. So it begs these questions. What links will you go to in order to protect your white supremacy? Will you continue to support state violence in forms of police murdering the Black community or imprisoning us? Will you continue to support power structures that ensure the Black community can never thrive or surpass the white community in wealth and power? Will you continue to thwart efforts of creating new ways of thinking about wealth and power in order to keep what you have? Or will you choose to become an anti-racist? And so this is my favorite part. We did all the bad stuff and all like how we got here. But this is like how we get to be an anti-racist, like what the work that we can do to get there. Now, I'm not giving you intricate details. I'm gonna give you some overviews of how to get there. If you want resources, please go to our website and look at our resource list, and they can maybe point you in the right direction. But for this, how to be an anti-racist, yes, it's for white folks, but it's for anyone with anti-Black thinking, which is everyone. The opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference, right? That's the thing we hear all the time. But nowhere is that more important than anti-racist work. Waving off criticisms of white liberalism as just opinions means you never have to face your own indifference to change. All this work should not be done in a vacuum. Checking in with Black folks and people of color is important, but so is doing your own work and not expecting the Black people and brown people in your life or out in public to do the work for you. So the first one on this list here is we've got self-work and a little bit of garnet for you. Looking lovely with that square hair. Anti-racist work demands self-reflection, demands self-work, and it demands personal growth through rigorous examination of your own actions, beliefs, and work with Black people. Additionally, that self-work means being accountable to the Black people in your life and being welcome to the uncomfortability of changing oppressive behaviors. And that's the hard part, is that one of the reasons why many white liberals in Bloomington don't like me talking about this subject is you do feel personally attacked, and I get it. I am launching an attack on white supremacy. I'm 100%. Now, am I attacking you personally? That's for you to decide, and that's for you to look at inside of yourself and decide how much of my life is filled with white supremacy. And so that's where we need to go. The next thing to do is activism and group work. And so I talked about this, like I'm kind of putting those things together because it doesn't, sometimes activism is like, you know, marching in the streets together. Sometimes it's writing pamphlets. Sometimes it's sitting around with other like-minded people and talking about growth. But you're seeking out groups of people who are attempting anti-racist work who, like you, are also doing self-work. So you're not working with people who aren't also doing self-work. You want groups that center Black women and Black trans women in particular are key. Those are great groups. Now, this is Bloomington. I realize that's like literally Black Lives Matter. But yes, sure, fine, join us. But seek out or create groups that have strong working agreements and seek out restorative justice when things go wrong. That's key. Those are key. Those working agreements will save you time and time again, and they will ensure that you are centering the voices that you need to be centering. And when you are working in groups that don't have strong working agreements, that don't have restorative justice plans, they will fail, and people will get left behind. In these groups, formulate plans where your expertise aligns and take on white supremacy. So maybe you, as a group, you realize the thing that you're best at is direct action, or maybe the thing that you're best at is policy work or educational work. I think BLM, we're pretty good at educational work since all of us, in some shape or form, are educators. So we try to focus on that a little bit more. And then the next step here is societal work. So you're taking the groups that you're in with people who are doing self-work into other groups, and you're forming larger coalitions. So your groups work with other affinity groups to form coalitions to tackle large-scale issues of liberation. You're bringing your forces together to either stop societal injustices, like a group of neighbors getting together to stop ICE from taking in their next-door neighbor, or you're tackling these larger societal issues, so you're marching on the Capitol for various reasons, right? So you are forming these big coalition groups, but it's all about like, we've all created these points of affinity and how we can work together. And then the last one here is, oh, and I should go back, but I love that picture because a lot of times we just see the equity and equality, but then we have liberation here. And I love the concept that liberation is the removal of obstacles. We're removing all obstacles. And I think that's key. And I would prefer, even the stands in the background, everybody's just standing around watching the baseball game. Or like, a drag show. It doesn't have to be a baseball game. Whatever you want. So the next one is helping others. So sometimes the work of anti-racism means we need to confront those in our lives about their action, thoughts, and words. And you'll notice, like, this all can kind of happen simultaneously. It doesn't need to be like, I've checked this box, and now I'm checking this box, and now I'm checking this box. There are going to be times where you need to do all of this kind of at once, and there may be times where you fail. But the key is that you're trying and you're checking in with people. So it's also a part of the reason we do all of this work so that we can help others to anti-racist ideology as well. And I probably need to stop soon, right? I'm talking too much. And so this is a personal step rather than mass organizing that you're doing with groups. It's much like that first self-work. You're helping others to good resources, to good definitions and language for how to talk about white supremacy, white liberalism, and how to become an anti-racist. And I think that that's key. I just witnessed somebody do this recently. I was in a meeting with, actually I'm going to mention her by name because she's amazing. Rachel Gligo, who is the head of Midway Music Festival, which I am a board member of. And we had some random guy come up and try to tell us a racist Mexican joke. And I paused, because I always pause when I'm around white people because I want to see what's going to happen. And she said, I don't find that funny. I think that's pretty racist. And, he had his reaction and moved on. And I was like, oh, thanks. I didn't have to do any work there. And it was great. It was that kind of calling out in those situations of like your microaggression or even macroaggression or whatever from this individual didn't need to happen and I didn't have to do that work. That was the best part. She was on it. And so I'm just going to give her those props because she's a pretty awesome person. So in conclusion, I want to talk about confronting white supremacy. It starts with oneself and works itself outwards. White liberalism can be just as much as a roadblock to confronting white supremacy as the obvious cases of the Klan and other white nationalists. But honestly, they're like this, yes, there are tons of them around and they're growing and they tend to do these mass actions, but they're kind of like, it's not like spotting Bigfoot. It's more like, yeah, they're a deer and you see them around, but they're not in your everyday life. And so the people who are in your everyday life, that's where we need to start. Because if we can change them, then they can help change the deer running around. Though those, it's still a form of white supremacy and it must be faced. We truly don't know what a world will look like without white supremacy. Most of our science fiction sort of fails us on that, right? We have all these great dystopian futures or even brilliant futures, but we don't have any of them that are like free of white supremacy. That doesn't really exist. Even our black sci-fi and Afrofuturism still sort of fails on that. And so it either ignores the issue or addresses it badly. And so we need to see an after future where anti-blackness and white supremacy and the negative piece is the thing of the past. And I just sort of charge all of you to spend time thinking about what that will look like, what kind of world and what kind of paradigm shift we will be in. Okay, thank you. And I am going to leave this up because it's pretty. And so I'm going to move down here. And I'm kind of moderating this panel while talking, but Martin's also here. So joining me on this panel are some lovely people. Martin, of course, who is a core council member of Black Lives Matter. I will remind everybody that, of course, our panels are being filmed and will be posted on our website and Facebook within the next few days. And please be sure to check out our anti-racist resource list.
And my other panelist here is Stephanie Soloman, who is a member of Building a Thriving, Compassionate Community, and is an implicit bias and dominant narrative trainer, and a former market masters of the Bloomington Farmers Market. So I just had to get that out there. So
Sure.
I think it's a necessity to talk about. And here we go. So. So I was talking about white supremacy, right? So, and we're talking about white liberalism. Do you see the city of Bloomington engaging in and holding white supremacist language and behaviors, maybe in particular around the farmers market issue?
You want me to start?
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Please do.
I mean, I don't think that there's any system that I am aware of that is outside of upholding white supremacist systems. In our culture. Like, I went to a really great anti-racism training where they talked about white supremacist values versus anti-racist values. And like the last panel talked about a lot of them, and you talked about a lot of them, of like individualism versus collectivism, and some of these really core things, looking at intent being less important than impact. And I think that it's so deeply embedded into our systems that we're seeing an expression of that in the farmers market situation, but also so many other institutions that are like making up our lives every day.
Well, and specifically, like, you know, one of the things that I was interested, I went to a dominant narrative training that Steph did recently, and one of the things that I thought was interesting about when we were talking about it beforehand is that you were talking about that the city was using some of those mirrored language that is so akin to things that you see on the like right side of the, and right as in conservative side of this conversations. Can you speak to that just a little bit?
Yeah, so I mean, I think that there's something that I've really noticed, and I was the market master in my early 20s. It was one of the hardest jobs I've ever had because enforcing rules was one of the most central parts of that. And I was, I was a young people pleaser, and it was really, wasn't a good fit for me. But I learned a lot, and I, at that point in my life, I don't think that I knew what intersectionality was. I didn't really understand the systemic racism or systemic white supremacy, and like what white supremacist systems really looked like and how they came out. But then watching the farmers market issues unveil, and I've honestly stopped going to the market a while ago for personal reasons. But I've been reading the articles, keeping up online with what's been going on. And what I kept coming back to and talking to people in my world about was the dominant narrative training, and how a lot of the language that was being used of people who kind of claimed to be opposing one another, it had the same root systems. And one of them was up there in the pyramid of white supremacy, that bootstrap narrative, what you said about living and let living. It's like there is this idea of systems that are opposing one another, and sometimes they're even using language that's like about inclusivity, but it doesn't take away that those roots are the same. And if we're not identifying that, then we're just allowing it to go on unchecked. And so that's why we did a dominant narrative training and kind of looked at that, because it's deep rooted and it's kind of hard to identify.
Yeah. Martin and myself went to some meetings with the city during the, talking about the farmers market, and in particular during the time period of when they were on a break. One of the things that they were asking us is, how can we, when they open back up, how can we make it successful? And Martin and I really sort of felt like that was the odd question to ask. Can you talk a little bit about what we were talking about during that time period?
Yeah, the notion of, well, and so the notion that there could be a successful version of a Bloomington community farmers market seemed to really be hinged on exactly what Jada presented at the beginning, this notion of a negative piece, the notion of a possibility of everything going smoothly. Really seemed implicit in their discussion of success. And I think I really like that you highlighted that, because it really brought a lot of things together for me. This notion that a lot of times that white liberalism is shooting for harmony, and often for harmony at any cost. And of course, who could say, I don't want harmony? Who would possibly say that? And yet, if you look at what has to be excluded, what has to be cut out in order for that harmony to emerge, you begin to see how white supremacy is implicated in it. And so we get this sense that, as Stephanie was saying, you see people on all sides saying we just want things to go back to normal. Whether it is we just want to be able to sell our goods, which again, totally understandable, or if it's the editorials that we see in the newspaper of we just want our Saturday morning ritual back. All of this seems to imply that there was this original harmony that has been lost, and that this is often what is meant by that negative piece. It's looking for a harmony that has already forgotten all of the dissonance that had to be pushed away. And so in some sense, what success would have to look like, thinking through this, what success would have to look like on any level would be a system that rejects harmony to some extent. And I think that's, again, one of the reasons why undercutting white supremacy is so undesirable. Yes, there's I'm rooted in my own way of doing things, and I don't want to be called out as Dr. Moyd talked about. You don't want to be called out when someone says that's racist. Well, I'm not a racist. There's that, but it's also the case that if you're engaging in something other than this negative harmony version, this active anti-racism, is that it's never done, and that you never get to success.
Yeah.
You never get to say, we did it. Now we can just go on, but that it would require this constant maintenance.
Yeah.
And that's for all of the lip service given to having a good work ethic. That's usually not the work that people want to do.
Not in America.
No. So I think that's one of the things that really jumped out at me in your presentation on this negative piece. It's this negative piece wants harmony, wants things settled. And the alternative, anti-racism, is a process that lamentably is never settled.
Yeah. Well, it's the wokeness conversation, and to take that the actual origin of woke to be woke and what that is. That I feel like a lot of people in Bloomington were throwing that word around. And not fully understanding its origins, and the origins is a near unattainable aspect for Black people, and therefore near impossibility for white people. And so it is this constant state of opening one's eyes. It's not just a fixed point.
I keep thinking about, and So I also do trauma training and a lot of how do you build trauma-informed systems. And one of the things that we talk about the most is this continuum, that there is no point in this society that we live in where we are trauma-informed. That just it's not a fixed point, it's a continuum. And I think the work, anti-racism work, addressing white supremacy, it is the idea that there's gonna be this fixed point where we're oh, okay, now we'll all go back to the market and it's comfortable. It's the hard thing to accept, I think, for a lot of people that haven't had to accept discomfort is that like addressing things in a way that puts justice as a value at the forefront means we're going to have to be uncomfortable.
Yes. That uncomfortability, the settling in the fact that things are not okay, and like that's okay as long as we are trying to progress forward. Do you know what I mean? Where it's like, this is uncomfortable, this hurts, this is a process. Well, like, you know, my black ass wants to say, you know, that's fine, Buttercup. Like, suck it up. Like, life is difficult, and there are a lot of people who are suffering under your lack of uncomfortability.
Right.
And so,
for who?
Uncomfortable. You know, turned down for what? Uncomfortable for who? It's when I think of things like, I mean, even to go out and get a piece of chocolate. There is someone who is suffering so that I can like have my relaxant, you know, like so that I can like be like, oh, I'm so happy I had this piece of chocolate, yay, you know. There's somebody who's suffering, and there's only, you know, trying to weed out how to get to suffering-free chocolate is a luxury process. And that seems weird to say, but it is. And so then but if we're not trying to get to that point, then we're, you know, it's then we're enjoying other people's suffering too.
I would also say, like, as, you know, as a white person that engages in anti-racist work, the tension, like, there's, if you have a commitment to social justice, the tension is hard, the discomfort is hard, but you're, like, the feeling of being part of a movement towards justice is, it's hard for me to understand on some level to choose the comfort over the justice. And I wonder if some people just don't understand that that's the situation.
Yeah. That's a pretty interesting choice. One of the questions that we had another panelist who couldn't be here today, but one of the questions that they threw out was, is white liberalism a product of unresolved white guilt? And if so, does it continue to come short of confronting white supremacy? Like, so if there's white guilt involved, and so white liberalism is supposed to be the step forward, but it's not an inclusive process or a intersectional process, is it still falling, you know, where is that falling short of confronting white supremacy? Or is it never intended to?
Well, I mean, one of the things that we see in Bloomington, I mean, I don't know to what extent a feeling of guilt, of white guilt, is implicated in it, but one of the ways that white liberalism seems to fail to get things done in Bloomington is instead is an expression of helplessness. This kind of, you know, and I suppose sometimes it does go along with a guilt. I'm sorry, I wish I could do more, but there's nothing to be done. And a lot of times it has to do with the framing of problems of white supremacy as insoluble. So, for example, you have you know, the city government saying, I'm sorry, but we can't do anything about the situation at the farmers market. The same way, someone told me recently, I guess I haven't looked it up, but maybe a historian can help me, that evidently the city had the same response to the black market being burned down in the 60s was, you can rebuild if you want, but we can't stop it from getting burned down again. Right. And so this is, right, yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. It ought to have been ridiculous. And yet, you know, we see the same discourse today when the police say, you know, we can't arrest the white supremacist militia members. If you want to feel safe, why don't you get a knife of your own? Right. So this discourse of helplessness, even if it comes with I'm sorry, I wish I could, but I can't, seems to be one way in which white liberalism tries to absolve itself in these discussions of white supremacy, largely, exactly as you said, by saying, hey, the rules only give me this much room.
Right.
What could I possibly do? How could I possibly do more?
I couldn't possibly.
And somehow that
Yeah.
and somehow that feels like a justifiable position.
Right.
That if anything, white liberalism gives you cover to take this position.
Yeah, I mean that was sort of something that we're talking about in there of like one of the slides that I had earlier was like about that like bending over backwards to say like I cannot I can't break the rules here. I cannot, no matter what. And actually, Daniel Bingham earlier in a earlier panel was talking about like what we can do for housing and affordable housing, and like that we know that the state will come down here, but we don't even get to here where we stop here. We don't push ourselves all the way up to the line. We stop well behind the line. And I think that affordable housing is one of those situations, but so many other situations. One of the things that I was advocating for was with the farmers market, remove them.
Yes.
And if you get sued, you get sued.
Right.
And if you change the rules and you change the rules, like if the state comes down on you, or if the federal government comes down on you, let them come down on you.
Well, but let them come down on you.
Right.
I think that's what we're getting at. Is, right. The city's again white liberal majority saying no, we couldn't possibly subject the city to that kind of scrutiny, to that kind of discomfort. Right. Instead, let's continue to have that discomfort placed upon people who are daily terrorized by white supremacist militias in our city. And so
and it's like the city government gets sued all the time for various things. Like it happens constantly, and I mean that's why they have lawyers on retainer. Like. They have lawyers as a part of city government for that very same reason. And then there's also there's all of so then if suing is here, and we're stopping here, there's all of this other room. There's all of these other ways. I believe in the multi-universe theory, and so if there are all of these worlds where all of these endless possibilities are happening on this world and in this reality, there are still endless possibilities that can happen. And so why are we so fixed and rigid on this is the only solution? We couldn't possibly have any other kind of solution.
Just makes me think about how much I wish that we could get the power structures to be audited. Like, where is power sitting? And then also, where is burden sitting? So when we're addressing a big social problem, who's being left with the burden and who has the most power? And the fact that I saw rumbles of discussion around that. But I would like to see institutions with power take on the burden.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that why they exist?
Right.
In
theory.
Right. We as citizens don't have the time to manage cleaning the roads every day. Right. I don't have time to do that. So we created a road safety department to do that. Yeah. Right. And so we're like, okay, y'all are going to manage that. We'll put people in place to manage that. And so, okay, thank you. That's and you're going to get paid to do those jobs and manage that situation. But we so that the rest of us don't have to think about whether or not there's a big pothole in the middle of the street. And so, that's why we created these little things. And so, where does the burden lie? The burden should not be up to citizens to go out and fill every pothole in Bloomington. There is a department for that.
Or if it is, we need the authority to do something about it.
Yeah. Or exactly.
But instead, again, what we get is a government that gets to somehow plausibly claim incompetence.
Yeah.
Plausibly claim incompetence over and over again.
Yeah.
And this, again, somehow manages to look okay to a lot of people.
Right. I think that getting into, solutions for problems, all too often the solution for issues of white nationalism rearing its head in our community is, well, let's just get the cops in. And I didn't go into it whole hog because, again, we could be here for days talking about the problems with that. But the biggest solution that came out of some of those meetings and talks that happened was that the city was going to provide more security by way of the police and more cameras and surveillance.
Right.
And last night I was trying to drive up and down the road, or this morning actually, I was trying to drive up and down the road near the farmer's market, and everything's cordoned off, and you can't get around of it. So now our ease of use of the roads is being managed, and the money and time that it takes because those big pylons have to be filled up with water, so that takes the fire department coming through and filling them up with water. So we're wasting time and money that the fire department and the police department could be, I guess, spending doing other things like putting out fires or rescuing people or whatever it is. We're wasting water, which is whatever. And then we've also inconvenienced our ease of use of the roads. All of that, just that, in order to keep problematic people in a space that is already marginalized for other people. And that just seems like a lot of work. It seems like a whole lot of effort put into something that is not a sustainable model of change, or is not fixing anything, helping anything, solving anything, and is actually pushing more and more people away from the market.
You would hope at least that makes it all the more troubling too. Is that this isn't even the easy way out. This is in fact that there's this kind of white liberalism that refuses to actually confront white supremacy actually makes things harder. And so you're not even doing yourself, you're not even being lazy. If white liberals would just be lazy sometimes, they would end up doing more good. But instead, they're willing to go to all of this effort to prop up that. Anyway, that's somehow more depressing.
Well, and then so I want to talk about then the financial aspect and all of it's not even thrifty and I mean the same thing that we talked about the militarized vehicle, the money that was spent to that versus the money that we're pouring into other aspects and of diversity, inclusion, and equity, and of affordable housing, of helping our homeless populations, and of treating the opioid crisis. Following that dollar down the rabbit hole, we're constantly interested in spending money on our police systems in these really major big ticket ways. And the numbers don't balance out on other things either. So, and not to mention that, so even if our police system was this pinnacle of justice, which it's not, their arrest records speak for themselves. They arrest black and brown people at, what was the statistic for 104% times the rate of white people for similar crimes like marijuana and other crimes. Even if it was this pinnacle of a good force, it's not even a diverse police force. It has under 3% in diversity and inclusion within their own police force. So it's the whole way around. When you think about it, it doesn't bear out the hype that the current administration likes to tout out about it.
It just brings me back to if we have white supremacy embedded in our structures, which then how it's interesting to me sometimes thinking about when the system is built a certain way, what does it mean when you go in and try to train people in that system? Because I as a trainer, like I'm often going in and training people that are in really specific large institutions, and so thinking about how do we as individuals engage in systemic and structural change, and I feel like you laid out a lot of ways to move toward that, but it's like it feels like it has to be a both and of like going into the systems and trying to work towards structural change.
Yes.
Well, we're about at our end. Do either one of you have anything else to say about confronting white supremacy in Bloomington? Well, thank you, library. The library is telling us that it is time for us to close up. On behalf of Black Lives Matter Bloomington, thank you all for joining us. Thank you to BCAT for filming this. We will be putting it on not only our website, but also on the Facebook page as soon as we get those videos. Please watch it, hopefully share it with other people, spread it around. We're hoping that in particular for our incoming new politicians that this may be an anti-racist grounding for you, and for our existing politicians, maybe it is a way to rethink your current positions and policies and to move forward and change. If you enjoyed this and would like to see us do maybe monthly events where we pick a topic and go in depth on it, little more than 20-minute sessions, come talk to us about that, and maybe that's something we can start doing. So again, thank you all. Does anyone else from BLM want to come up and say anything? Please check out our Black Bailout Fund. We are trying to get to at least $5,000. We broke the $1,000 mark, so keep donating to that. Thank you all.